Good evening, fellow board members. Good evening, Little Rock. Thank you for joining us and spending part of your evening with us on today, June 24th. Today, you're at our Little Rock School Board meeting, and we will open up our meeting with, oh, hello, Little Rock and beyond. I didn't forget you. Today, we will open up our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will call on Director Johnson.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Johnson. And our word for the month is creativity. And so we always have a word or a phrase of the month. And for June, it is creativity. We will have words of expression and inspiration. And we will call on Director Mason.
Wow.
Yay.
First time. I'm always prepared, though.
Oh, great. I'm glad
because,
to hear that.
Yes, because I look forward to the time when you call on me. I've been carrying this book. I'm going to give full acknowledgement to the author. It's a book, a collection of poems and prose that my family has had on the shelf for a while. I had to get the dust bunnies off of it, but it's written by Perry Tanksley. And it was written in 1970. And I chose this one because, this poem, because it fits us pretty well. It can't be done. I almost admire him who can cry. It can't be done, but I will try. Who shouts as he his goal pursues. What can't be done is what I'll do. Who sings this song once it's begun, I do the things which can't be done, and then explain with joy unhid, what can't be done is what I did.
I like that. That right there just provoke a thought.
A new bar was set here, Ms. Hatter. I think,
A new bar. Yes. So creativity is the word, and I just wanted to say how creative our board has been. In a time of crisis is when we all came on board, and true leadership is shown during crisis. And the fact that like we have in the high 90 percentile of all of our board members attending nearly every single meeting. I think that just speaks volumes and dedication to all of our board. And for that, I want to just clap for you guys. Because, you know, right as we have had the pleasure of serving, we also have had the unique pleasure of also going through our growing pains together and in the public eye. But it is good to know that as a unit, we are solid and we are able to have robust conversations, and we're able to still walk out of here and have respect and joy and care and concern for each and every one of us. And so with that, I'm just elated because I had a moment of reflection and going through our trainings, which you guys will share about that if you like. But I just want to just appreciate you guys just for being a stellar board, and in my book, the best elected board and local legislative body of all bodies. So thank you guys just for being who you are and running. With that, you guys, we are getting into, I will take a moment to pause because I want to do something different, because this is the last board meeting of this year for the 2021 school year. I am going a little off script, but I do want to, just for about 9 minutes. I'm not going to get a minute, so someone could take my minute. I want you guys just to share about just whatever you want. So I will open up the floor, and whoever would like to break the ice first, go ahead. Director Johnson.
I just want to say, every time we go through a training, I bond and I feel like I get closer and closer to my board members. And I really want to just thank you guys for being receptive and acceptive, because for a minute there I didn't know, if I was going to fit in or what. But I just want to appreciate each and every one of you for just being who you are and saying it's okay. That we know that one size don't fit all, but I am glad to be a part. And the training that we had Saturday, I really got close to Mr. Woods. How about that, Jeff? We kind of bonded elbow to elbow. And I thank you for that. So I just want to say, you know what? I think we can get this done. I think we can do it. I think we're going to speak victory into Little Rock School District. And that millage, I promise you, I don't think we're going to have a problem getting it passed, because you know what? We're going to run it like it was our election, right? We're going to do that, right? So thank you, guys.
Right.
I'll go,
Yes.
and I'm going to try not to get choked up, but I'm going to say that I've really reflected on this for the past week or two, and so I'm going to share it now. When I came in here, I think I had, I'm trying to think of the right word, like a really sad lack of understanding and respect for the staff that works here, and not understanding what you all do and not understanding how hard you work. And it took a while for me to get there and see what you all do. And really, we would talk about something and I would learn, oh, well, that person's background is so much more than I ever even realized. And they have so much more knowledge that they bring into this. And so I just want to tell, especially the administrative staff that we've been working with, that I appreciate you. And I think that you all clearly are a huge asset to this district. So thank you very much.
I'll go next.
Yes.
I think that this school year was a remarkable school year in many respects. Enormous challenges for the school district this year. Some challenges that the entire world faced, and we did quite well in facing those challenges. And other challenges that are unique to the Little Rock School District in transitioning from heavy state control to heavy local control, and on the cusp of full local control. And it's been, much like what Director Johnson said, I came into this expecting, quite honestly, to be the black sheep of the room, and I love working with every one of you, and I feel like we are very much a team, and we are unified, and we all have a very strong goal of making this the best school district in America. So I look forward to the next school year and what we're going to do for our kids.
All right. All right. Well, thank you guys. Okay,
Hey.
Director Morning.
Yes, so I just wanted to say, I've enjoyed being a part of this board. When we first came in, to actually be together, I liked it more, because when we were on Zoom, I wasn't sure about everything. I'm not going to lie to you. I think y'all probably had 2 more months left with me. But when I came in, it was just like a different energy. So I appreciate everybody's passion, because it makes me feel motivated. We're literally a part of history right now. So that just feels very remarkable. And just moving forward, there is a new level with our name on it for the Little Rock School District. So I'm excited about what's about to unfold and what is unfolding. So thank you all for making me feel welcomed. I appreciate it. And I just want to say, extra shout out to Michael. He is the nicest, and he really don't talk to me that much. Like, seriously. Did y'all see he bought me 2 cups of ice? Let's recognize that. All right? He calls me and reminds me of things. Like, you are a great man. Really.
Michael. And those out
And-
there in TV land, Michael Hutchison is our board clerk, and he also serves on the administrative staff to the deputy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Shanika.
And Dr. Owa, I know you're leaving us, but it's been a joy in 1 week. But it's been a joy working with you. So thank you for all that you've sown into this and in me. I appreciate it. And good luck on your journey. I appreciate you.
All right. Director Adams.
Just a brief comment. I get asked, like probably many of you, as new board, so how's it going? You know, how's it going on the board? And I almost always say that I'm encouraged by how it's going. I think we've made a good start. And I'll tell them that I like this group of people, and we've got a good group of people. And I had a woman today who follows things pretty closely, and I said that, and she said, "You do have a good group of people," and that was really great to hear.
Director Mason.
I wanted to try to make this motion to keep Dr. Owa, but I don't think it'll go through. But I just want to thank him for the hard work he's done over the year, 1 year? Over the year that he's been here, and want to thank the administrative staff, Mr. Hutchison, and the superintendent for the year that we had. I know, echoing what Jeff has said about this last year, it was tough. And so want to thank all the staff members that worked so hard for this year. And we look forward to 21, 22.
All right, you guys. Thank you guys for sharing. Really appreciate. I'm sorry. My eyes went down.
I know, honey.
Because I was looking over that way, and then my eyes went down. So, Director Calloway, because I was looking that way, and I didn't see
hard to
it.
miss.
No, I was.
But you know, I get missed
No,
all the time.
I didn't see you signal when I was looking at you.
I'm hard to miss, you know. And today I don't have on red and white and black.
That's right.
So y'all ought to see me today. Okay. And I do have more colors than this. I'm gonna adopt Michael Hutchison because he's my son that's not here. Because I have two that live out of town. Mr. Owa, I wish you the best. I work with Mr. Owa at J Fair, and I think that he was getting his feet wet, and things were changing and whatnot, and I decided I need to go home. And because I had been in this business for so long, and after I had been here so long, in a year I was bored. And when the board was taken, I told my daughter, I said, I'm going to run for school board because I think there's some things that I can add if I can talk. So she bought me a T-shirt that says, I'm speaking now. And so, thank you guys. It's been good getting to know all of you all. I can be difficult, without a doubt, but if I say something that might hurt your feelings, it is not personal. I just want to get a better understanding, and it's been really good working with all of you. But y'all need to recognize me sometime. I mean, I had my hand up this
All right. So with that, you guys, thank you guys. I'll close that out. And thank you guys just for serving. It's an honor to serve with a great group of people such as you guys. Now we will get into our board meeting. And I would like to make a motion for a amendment to our agenda to add a executive session to our agenda. So in the executive session, it will be to discuss the hire of for employment or potential appointment. So that is a motion. If there's a second.
We probably need to do two things. One is, we're adjusting our agenda first.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's the first motion, is just to adjust our agenda, to add it. And then second, then we'd have to have a vote to go into executive session if we've added it. I will make a comment that I have asked Ms. Hatter for this executive session, so this one's really being driven by me. And I think once you get into it, you'll understand what we're talking about in terms of the language that we're using for this particular motion.
Madam President, I move that we add to the agenda executive session, and also that we go into executive session to handle personnel matters.
Is that the proper way of doing
I think we have to do one at a time.
Okay.
So just to amend the agenda, I think, first.
it? So the motion, can you please say it
I
again?
move that we amend the agenda to add executive session.
Second.
Okay, there's a second.
And we
Is there
can-
any discussion?
And just a friendly amendment, if you don't mind, sorry, Ms. Callaway, is I think we also ought to share where we want to
Yeah.
place that as a part of the motion, just so it's clear that we're putting that at the beginning or the end. And I would suggest we do it at the beginning of the meeting, if that's all right with everybody, and have that go right, be our next item.
All right. In the motion, I move that we amend the agenda to include executive session to be placed at the beginning of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? Okay, all,
How did that happen?
what do you,
Well, like, if I wanted to amend the agenda to add something, I can't do that, can I?
go ahead.
You can make a motion, it's just whether it passes or not. I think anybody can make a motion to amend the agenda. It's just getting,
It
like,
passed.
having the votes to do it, yeah.
Okay. But there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, okay, all ready to vote? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 9-0. And now. Oh, okay. Not used to that door being open. Okay, the next, is to go into executive session.
Right. At this time, Madam Chair, I'd move that we go into executive session to consider a personnel matter.
Second. Any discussion? Okay, all ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We will now clear the room, and we will go into executive session. Welcome back, Little Rock and beyond. We are concluding our executive session, and I would entertain a motion to bring us out.
I make the motion that we leave executive session and return to our normal meeting.
We should clarify, no action was taken, yeah.
Yes, correct. There was no action taken. We only discussed personnel hiring issues.
Okay. And we did have a second by Director Morning. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So now we are back in we're back in our regular board meeting. And we will start off with our district celebrations. And you guys lean in and listen, because there are some exciting things that our superintendent will share.
I like that leaning in. So we will start right off, and Ms. Smith will be putting up a PowerPoint set of slides for us to use. The first thing that we want to highlight is the Juneteenth celebration that, of course, occurred last weekend. I want to share that our staff, I thought, did really an exceptional job last week at Juneteenth to be able to support the community and also promote the Little Rock School District. That effort was led by Dr. McKissick, Kay Rainey, Esther Jones, but so many other staff were down there. There were bags and books and bubbles, okay, that were given to kids. And I'm not sure which one they liked the best. Probably the bubbles. Maybe the adults liked the bubbles the best. They also had the ability to register on this event. Just under 6,000 people were estimated to be a part of that celebration, which really was like, after the parade, probably like an 11 to 3 type thing. And there was a lot of other things going on in the city that day. I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Hatter. Our team appreciated that she stopped by and was a part of that celebration. So a very, very good event, and look for us to continue to try to find ways to be involved with Juneteenth. Next, as a part of that celebration, there was a young lady, they actually did a scholarship opportunity as a part of Juneteenth through the event that we were in, and Yasmin Honorable was the winner of this $5,000 scholarship. Miss Honorable is headed to Dillard University to study nursing, and what I've been told is this kind of put her over the top in terms of her expenses for next year to get to a place where, you know, she's kind of covered. Yeah. Great picture, obviously. She looks like she's ready to go set the world on fire.
Yes. And of course, Principal Nancy Russo is very excited about her tiger coming out and winning the essay writing contest for Juneteenth, Arkansas. And so to all of the parents listening, educators and teachers listening, anytime there's an opportunity to put your words to paper, and I know my dear friend Allie she is a great writer and she understands that, but you can definitely get money for school by writing.
Just got to go put pen to paper or put your hands.
Something?
Yes, please.
Okay, can y'all hear me? This is good. I just wanted to say that scholarship, it was called the Isaac Jackson Scholarship.
Thank you.
And it was the first one, actually, and it was given by Ebony Kimbrough, who actually also spearheaded that whole festival and parade. So that's history.
Yes. And then Isaac, say his name again, please.
Isaac Jackson.
Yes,
which
her
is
grandfather.
Her grandfather.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Next, you get an academic celebration, and so this week is the Department of Education is putting on a conference down in Hot Springs, and we had 2 of our schools receive the highest levels of distinction for high reliability schools. Board members, you've been made aware of high reliability is kind of especially for secondary, it's another approach to professional learning communities with a very strategic way of how do you approach that. Cloverdale, which is the picture that's on the left as you look at it, that's Ms. Wanda Ruffins, the principal, and her staff, and of course Commissioner Key. They received level 1 distinction for high reliability, which really, the cool thing is they're on a very fast pace with getting that level 1. On the right-hand side is Dr. Mark Roberts, the former principal of Hall, and Hall received level 2. And I believe Hall High School is the first in the entire state to get to level 2. Now, there may have been some others since then, but they were the first, as far as I know, to get into that level 2. So congratulations to both schools and their leadership teams and their communities, because it really is a tribute to students, staff, and even parents. Next, we have summer learning opportunities going all over. I've gotten some really wonderful feedback from some of you as board members because your own children are engaged, or you've had stories from other individuals saying, wow, this has been great this year. We have taken a different approach, and I really appreciate Dr. Owa. I appreciate Mr. Smith and Mr. Rutherford for and Ms. Worsham for how this all got set up. But I also want to point out that besides what we're doing with our just normal population, if you will, we're also doing some unique things with populations that may have special needs. So ESL has Camp Can Do. Went down to look at that at Watson this week, and the kids were just engaged and fired up at I think 10 in the morning and just really learning. We have the GT Spark Camp, which is always a big draw, and Ms. Shinoval and crew do a great job there. But we have a thing for our special needs students too this summer of enrichment and learning opportunities. And we're very excited about this, and we've had more people wanting to participate in really all these camps than in the previous years, as well as more kids wanting to participate in our other summer learning opportunities. So congratulations to all of our staff, and kind of a neat thing to help move forward. Moving forward, we've got to make sure we take care of ourselves. We've seen that the pandemic is still not gone from our community. Numbers have bounced up this week. To that effect, we have had a shot clinic that has been going on. We did the first one for middle schools about 3 weeks ago, and now we have the second shot clinic coming up next Wednesday. This will be at every single one of our middle schools. The initial effort led to about 144 kids getting their first shot. Now, on the 30th, the commercial here is, and the thing that we can have you as board members take out is, even if you missed the first shot, you can come in and get the first shot now. So you can get a first shot or a second shot, and we also allow high school kids. So anyone that is of age can come get the shot on these days. And a reminder, two things why this is important. One is that, the pandemic isn't gone away. And second, there still are quarantine restrictions for those people that haven't got their shot. And so whether it's staff or students, we need to go ahead and get more shots in the arm. And of course, we will do some other shot clinics as the school year gets ready to start. And we appreciate also the fact that a group like Arkansas United Community Coalition, which is led by Maria Wright, she wants to work with us in August to get additional shots in arms. This young lady, the next picture, is someone that you all know, and want to just celebrate her. She stopped in this week to pick up her retirement document. She's still working. We got her on the clock right up till the 30th, I think, but Margot Bushmeyer has been an amazing employee. 22 years as your Director of Health Services Coordinator, coordinating all of our nurses. We're a very unique district, have been for a long time, well before any of us probably even got engaged in the governance of Little Rock District. We have had nurses in our buildings. It's something we should be very proud of. We're kind of unique in that model, and Margot does a fantastic job. She's done so many crazy good things. Some of you might remember the water policy, now state legislation. Little Rock was the first one to say that, watering, we're going to do things to enhance hydration. Things that you also sometimes forget about is immunizations. Immunizations changed dramatically in the state about 4 or 5 years ago, and she was right on top of it, ready to execute, deliver it. Naturally, the pandemic, I could go on and on about the wonderful things she's done. She's led our district wellness committee. We've got a really good person to come in. They've been in transition for almost 6 weeks. Really good transition period between the two. And so we're very excited for Margot and her legacy. Guess what? She is going to continue. She's going to be a jazzercise exercise. She's going to find a way to continue to promote wellness. Next, thinking about wellness, you probably have seen some TV ads or maybe on local TV that there's the need for blood drives. And like last year, this will be the second time that we've done a blood drive out of Central High. The Arkansas Blood Bank Institute likes to use Central High because of its central location in the hopes of hopefully bringing some downtown people in to get their donation of blood. We decided to take it to a different level this year, and working with Mario Sindak, who is the director of the Arkansas Blood Institute, we decided that, the target was 125, and so Pam Smith and I said, what if Little Rock School District were to commit and say, we're going to get 75 of them for you with just us, just the Little Rock School District community. Guess what? Within 24 hours, we got 55 people signed up to give blood in 24 hours. So we're still promoting that. And if you're one of the people that signed up as a part of the Little Rock School District angle of 75, you get that cool T-shirt that says the top 75 on the drive to save lives. Okay, so we kind of like the phrase, and 75 on the drive, save lives. It has something. Okay, it's got something. It's got potential anyway. So yeah, thank you for the snap there, Miss Morning. So we need a little snap now. Snap. Okay, this is my big finish. Okay, this is my big finish. Okay, the big finish is, and staff doesn't even know that I'm doing this yet, so I snuck these slides in. The Arkansas Department of Education was very thoughtful, about what it is that they are going to do to look at releasing this school district, and whether or not we are doing the foundation things that make a school district successful. Are we doing them well? So they were very intentional. They brought in groups of people, their staff, okay, to come into our buildings. The number of people they engage with. They talked to students, they talked to staff, they talked to principals, and they went in and observed classes. And then they gathered all this data because they had their laptops or their iPads, whatever, to gather data. So look at this first one, and you start to think of our team, Jeremy, Darian, Hope, Randy, of what they've done to get us to that number. Okay, essential standards. I still remember the very first conference that Ms. Worsham and I attended together was a conference at UA Little Rock on doing essential standards. And Ms. Worsham took it and ran it and took it to levels that I could never have imagined. Look at that thing, that what it's saying, this is so important, especially after pandemic, but even on, if we didn't have pandemic, you've got to, if you try to teach every standard that there is, we would keep those kids till they're 30, okay? But we've got we've got to narrow things down into what are the critical standards for people to know and execute and do them well. And that stat is a fantastic stat of where we're at. This stat is all leading towards a July 8th State Board of Education meeting that we believe will be very positive in terms of the district being looked at for its math, for its four foundational things. So if you switch to the next slide, before you do that, can you go back? I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, I didn't mean to, I did forget to share. I also want to give Hope's team credit, because I meant to I had that down here at the very bottom and almost missed it. Hope leads a team, when you talk about standards, that have, when they dive down and narrow that down, that brings in a Sherry Chambers, who's leading the literacy effort. That brings in a Jennifer Beasley. That brings in all sorts of instructional math facilitators. If you know instructional math facilitator, hug them, a language arts or literacy specialist. These people that are in roles that are in between teacher and where Ms. Worsham is, there's people that have done a lot of work in the summers during the school year to make that stat become a reality. Next, 2 years ago, Mr. Woods brought this up, I think, in the retreat. We had an audit on literacy, and it was difficult to sit there, but it was real. And even prior to the audit, we had started to make some changes. But now look at that number. We have systems in place. Systems means, is it perfect? No, but it means that we're really trying not to let anyone fall through a crack. And when you have 93%, it's telling you that your efforts throughout the district to make sure that you're doing the right things are in place. 5 years ago, when I first came into this district, this was one of the loudest drums and social media blasts that I would receive, is what we did for dyslexic services. Again, credit to Hope and Ms. Chambers, but big time credit for two ladies that have just been amazing, which is Chandel Carpenter and Heather Bishop. But I also want to give a shout out to our buildings, because our buildings took this seriously, and they have taken it and ran, and that's a wonderful stat. Next, literacy aligned to the science of reading. And again, we had that independent audit, and you can see that we have 98% of the work that they were able to see is aligned to what they believe would be the science of reading. Which then leads me into my last slide. And, I don't know what we'll do here, whether we're going to break out into applause, or whether we're going to snap, or we're going to cry, or how we're going to handle this. But, this will be the final board meeting and that we have with two individuals whose impact in the district will be long felt. One of the things that you sometimes judge your time in a district is, does your stuff stick? Okay? Does it stick? Is it going to keep on going even after you leave? Because if it didn't, then it might have just been your personality that was keeping things moving, but the system part of it wasn't there. Okay? Well, when I hired Hope Worsham 2 years ago, I still remember the lunch that we had in the mall area with Hope, Randy, and Darian. And when I put those three together, I thought, and we were talking, and it was kind of awkward, and I kept thinking, I don't know how this is going to work. But I have to really think about, how and what I'm going to have to do to try to get that team to gel. Well, it only took about 2 weeks after that I found out I didn't have any part really to help them gel. They did it all on their own, okay? And so when you honor Hope, you also have to honor Randy and Darian in my mind, because they were a team, and they established a whole new way of being visible and having those that they report and work with to be visible and to be in the classrooms, and that hands-on approach, that clear understanding of what was going on in the room. One of the things Hope did, especially with the literacy implementation, imagine being hired as the director of curriculum, and you're being told at the same time that you're going to get an influx of a whole new literacy curriculum. It wasn't just one package, but it was about, if I remember right, 4 packages of materials that our instructors had to deal with, and it all came in August, more or less. So it was very intense, and we had to listen, and we had to work, and Ms. Worsham did such a good job of hearing voices, but also allowing the teacher voice to help create the solutions. That's what I most admire. I just remember a meeting in October where the teachers basically took over a meeting and said, no, here's how we can work around that. This is how I'm doing it. This is okay to do. I can remember another meeting in January where we knew we weren't going to be able to get where we wanted to be at the end of the year, and so how did we readjust? How did we recalibrate? Ms. Worsham was in there with all the folks down at the Baptist Church down there by the outlet mall, working with folks. It was really tremendous. So next, I want to just compliment Dr. Owa. I tried to get Dr. Owa 2 years ago and was denied, okay, which that's a story of it itself, but couldn't get him to be able to get out of Pine Bluff, but I knew that he would be a good fit, and he's been here this year, and such an amazing right hand to work with, but also to fit in with the team of Randy, Hope, and Darian, that became seamless. He has an amazing ability to take what people are doing and saying and listening so intently and creating a project plan off of it that then allows people to buy in and use their own skill set. That is such a rare talent. If I were to have taken on some of those things, we would be a good 6 to 8 months behind schedule, because it would have taken so much of my time to try to figure out how to do that. I probably could have maybe got there, but he gets there like that. He is just something else. Every type of stakeholder ends up enjoying their interaction with Dr. Owa, even when he's kind of getting on them, okay? And so it's kind of, again, a rather amazing trait, an amazing man, amazing woman. And tonight, board, we have 2 people, if they would please come up front, and then we're going to embarrass them just a little bit more. thing. I don't know, Ms. Smith, how do we get the camera right so that they can see us hand these over? Hoping she adjusted here somehow. She'll end the PowerPoint. Yes, he's getting dominated.
Figure that out.
Okay, well, we can see us now. We're waving. We're in one of the screens. I think the public's able to see us. So it looks a little different because of the Zoom setting for us. But we have, first off, you know, we always have believed in the concept of one rock. Okay, that's the phrase that we've had. And so just like we have, one rock is what we're about. That's what you guys have been about. Bringing us all together and doing amazing things. So Hope, we've got yours. We wanted to get something that you will want to keep on your desk and not let it ever get away from you. We also have a special certificate for you that we hope you'll enjoy and be able to find a special place. And then Dr. Owa, we have your One Rock Award as well. Okay? You guys want to say anything before we? I'm going to do a little better than that. Okay, say something if you guys want to.
And do you want to get a picture with the board?
Yeah, how about you guys, the two can come right in here, and I think if we step up, Ms. Coway, would you mind coming in here, and Mr. Adams and Ms. Johnson, can you come on this side, and the board members, we can kind of come behind with everybody else.
Up here? Or
Yeah,
here?
I think we can stay up, and then the ones on the floor can stay down.
Where should I go?
You stay right down there, now we'll even it out.
Stand by me.
Here, let's move over just a little bit.
Up in the middle. Okay.
Ms. Calloway.
Yeah, we got to get Ms. Coway, Jack, hold on.
Too big.
Okay.
Congratulations, guys.
Okay, would the two of you like to say anything real quick?
I would just like to say thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Poore. You hired me 2 years ago, and my decision to leave has not been an easy one, and it's one that has centers around my two babies and having more time with them. But if ever the opportunity comes around to be back in Little Rock, I would love it if you'd have me back, because it's a very special place, and I just want to encourage you guys to keep on with the right work. Your buildings are doing the right work. I'm sorry, I'm not good at this. Seeing those stats on the screen says the right work is happening. You have an amazing CNI team. I can't say enough about that group of people. That nothing that happened over the past 2 years was me, it was them. And so anyway, just thank you, and just know that Little Rock has stolen my heart. So hopefully someday I'll be able to come back around to you. Thank you.
I don't know how I come behind that, but just say
Better
I
not
concur.
cry.
I'm not going to cry. But I too echo my sentiments. Mr. Poore, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back to the district when the opportunity presented itself. I started teaching here and at Parkview, and to come back at the district level meant a lot to me, and also to be part of the district where I live in, the city that I live in, as well as to where we chose to educate my son. Meant a lot to be part of his instructional journey, educational journey. So I appreciate each one of you. It's been tremendous opportunity, learning opportunity of working with all of you, and the late night calls, the weekend calls, the daytime calls and visits, but I know where your heart is, and if we could all continue to do that as a community, make decisions based on what's best for our students, then those decisions will be the best that you actually can make. And so if we keep our students the main focus with everything that we do, our students will definitely receive the very best educational experience that we could offer as a city, as a community. So thank you for the opportunity to serve, and I look forward to the great things that will come in the future. Thank you, Mr. Poore. Thank you, Board.
was a great way to end our district celebrations. We have much to celebrate. So up next, we have our community comments.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter.
Will you be the timekeeper?
We have tonight 4 comments that have been written comments, I believe, and then we have 4 that had made requests to speak. Interestingly enough, that the folks that have asked to speak, at least up to this point, haven't logged on to the Zoom. So we'll keep checking on that, and Ms. Smith will keep me abreast if that changes. So I will go ahead and move forward with the written comments. These comments were actually dictated by Ms. Adams, but were sent in or transcribed by Malik Marshall due to her difficulty in using electronics. So her comments: my name is Jacqueline Adams. I've been in this community for about 24 years. I went to school at Granite Mountain, Booker, Gilliam, and Horace Mann. There are a lot of things I think that the community schools could do to change this community. A lot of people in this neighborhood, including me, have a disability that make it difficult to go grocery shopping. The school could provide some service that gets groceries to us. I also think the kids should be able to have summer activities for when it gets hot, like a sprinkler or other things that could be fun and keep them busy. I've heard Washington is doing a program that rewards children with gifts for good efforts. I like that, and I think we should do more of that. I like to see different methods of discipline that aren't harsh and focus more on building them up. Many of the streets in this area need fixing up, and there's a lot of violence in this community. Oftentimes, our packages get stolen because the people who deliver them never ring the doorbell or just leave them when we're not here. The community needs these programs and needs to know that the money is going towards places that will help build our communities. The next comment is from Gail Frazier, and her topic was also on community schools. Community schools are like community centers housed within schools. They serve as pillars of their communities and are paired with strong services and extracurricular activities that set children and their families up for success. The most important part of a community school done right is that the community plays a core part in building it. Right now, there's a $475,000 grant by the city to the district for these community schools. That money could make a huge difference in this community, but there is currently no paper trail for how much of this money has been spent and where it is going. After numerous asks, no one has been able to produce these financial records. There's not even a formal agreement between the district and the city for how this money will be spent. We want to make sure this money is real. We want to know that it isn't just some PR move by the city and that it is actually going towards these schools, and we want to make sure that it is real, that the community has a say in where it goes. 3 things I would like to see in the community school neighborhood involvement, restoration of boarded houses in the neighborhoods, particularly near schools, and protecting the kids from stray bullets to and from and even while in school. The next comment, and I guess there were 5 written comments, was by Valencia White, and this is also about community schools. What do you think of when you hear the words community schools? When I hear the words community schools, I think about schools that serve more than the students and educators, but it includes services for students, educators, families, and members of the community. It serves as a community center to invest in the lives of our community. But the major part of our community school is that we, the community members, are the core pieces in building it. There's money that is granted by the city to the district for these community schools, which is wonderful, but what so you plan on doing with it and exactly how much is actually being spent on funding services for our community schools. In order to gain and keep trust from the community, being transparent is important. Our neighborhoods and schools have been underserved for decades, so this will be a great chance to change that for the better. With building up our community schools and all of us playing a part in it, we can address the needs of our community that will enrich the lives of our children, families, and elders in the community. The next comment is a little bit more general about just community in general. This is from Takia Harrison. Our neighborhood is in dire need of different community resources for our kids and different members of the community. Programs for after-school tutoring and resources for the elderly would be beneficial for our community. With grant funding being available, it would be nice to see actual change happen for our community. It's time for the people in our community to be able to see and know that change will and can happen. The last public written comment is from Terry Williams, and it deals with overall funds for schools. Good evening. My name is Terry W. I'm a divorced mother of 3 successful grown children that benefited from a good education from the Little Rock School District. I was an active parent for many years when they were younger. I'm very passionate about children and creating avenues for their success. Like any loving citizen of the community, it would bring delight to know that the funds are being made to good use and everyone has a fair chance. I would like to ask a few thought-provoking questions. 1, who's in charge of getting information to the public about the funds? Number 2, once the funds are obtained, how do you determine what school benefits from funds? Demographically, I ask because not all schools need funding. Number 3, have schools in low-income areas been thoroughly notified of the funds? Number 4, what programs are these funds being allocated to? Does the teachers and/or the PTA have a say? Number 5, on the millage, does the value of a neighborhood property affect the schools? And 6, when were these funds allocated and where are those funds? We had 4 people sign up to speak, and I do see that it looks like we at least have one individual. I'm just going to call these in the order that I have them, and then we'll see who's available. And Madam President, if you or Ms. Wilson would keep us track on time. So the first individual that I have for a Zoom comment is Ms. Betty Bennett. Is she available? No. I don't see Ms. Bennett. Next is, and by the way, if someone missed out and we're going to do a public comment, if they will put their comments in writing, we will get that to the board members. Also, we did have one person that sent in a request to do a written comment but couldn't get it done at the time, and we said if they send it in to us tomorrow, we will make sure to follow up and get that out to all of you.
Good deal.
Next person is, I don't know if it's a man or a gentleman, but Kobe Knight. Kobe Knight. The next person, and I know I do see him, is Malik Marshall. Oh, is Kobe there?
Kobe.
Okay. So, Mr. Knight, whenever you start, we will start the 3 minutes.
Mr. Knight, you are recognized. Unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Mr. Owen, can you see what's being said in the chat?
Okay.
They're just asking if we could hear them. I vote and I.
Should we tell them to log off and come back on?
Yeah.
Well, let me give them the phone number. I'll give them the phone number.
Good deal. Good deal. And is Malik the last speaker?
Malik, and then there's a final one named Gary Williams.
Gary Williams. Okay. They probably logged off.
Pam says they're trying to log back in.
I really like that picture of Jay up there. Dr. Barth? Is that Jay Barth, right? Dr. Barth? You look so Renaissance. You like him? Oh, hey, Jay. Hey, friend. Hey, Jay.
It is a very good picture.
It is. Whoever took that is a very good photographer.
They're back up now, but I don't know if
That looked like a cell phone.
Mr. Knight, we're also trying to send you guys through the chat a phone number that you guys might be able to call into, and maybe that can be received.
All right. We're going to give it about 5 more minutes. and then-
Dr. Barth, would you unmute for a second and just see whether your voice is coming through, or Mr. Smith, Darian Smith?
No. Okay. Okay. We're having a little
It
bit
looks
of
like it's on our side, yeah.
technical difficulties, so give us about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, and we'll see if we can get that resolved within that time.
Could I ask a slightly relevant but off-topic question?
Of course.
When will we consider returning to in-person meetings for the public?
Yes, good question. Actually, we can either, do we want to have that conversation now or come up with some dates?
I think how we were kind of looking at it is
August.
that the July board meeting, that we're going to have to make a decision on that and whatever we say about mask. And so August would probably be that first meeting where we have, and that fit in well with even the millage
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Mr. Knight, can you hear us? Mr. Knight?
Although I think they've logged off again.
Yeah, can we do that?
Do we have to make a motion to take?
Mr. Marshall, can you say something?
Recording in
Oh, they're back. They're right there.
Mr. Knight, will you say something?
Yes. Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we ready to go on or proceed?
Yes, sir, you have 3 minutes.
I didn't hear you.
She said you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I just had a few questions. I wanted to know, what is the program doing at Washington Elementary down there on Main Street? What is the program doing at Washington? If it's my understanding, it's been going since last. Or, okay, well then.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can get
Mr. Ty-
Mr. Knight, you all have another device in there. If you will turn that second device off, mute the sound so that it's not an echo.
Okay, I'm trying to do that now. We're not logged in anywhere else. Do we have to be on YouTube? No, we're not logged in anywhere else.
Laptop.
Mr. Knight, go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Just say he has 3 minutes to say whatever he wants to say. The board doesn't respond right now.
Mr. Knight, you have 3 minutes to share your public comments, but the board members do not respond.
Okay, well, I just want to give, say, some things that the community would need from the school at Washington. We need, some more after-school programs. We need, let's see, we don't need an age limit of just elementary kids, if that's, because I assume that's what's been going on, because I have middle school kids and high school kids. I haven't, I mean, they've never said anything to us, and my kids went to Washington. So, I mean, what programs are they running? Are they doing basketball? Are they doing tutoring? Because we haven't seen, I still have one to 10 in Washington. So I just want to add what could help in the program, the meals, basketball, tutoring for all school-age kids, not just elementary.
Mr. Tyler, I know you were, it's a silence, but the board does not respond to questions during public comment, just so you'll know. It's a standard.
Okay, well, I said that wasn't a question. I was actually giving a suggestion on the tutoring and the program being for all school-age kids. That wasn't a question. I was giving a suggestion.
Got it. Thank you. Do you have anything else?
Yes, the food program. I mean, there are a lot of kids. I've been living in that neighborhood since 1978. There are a lot of kids around there that parents, since COVID is over, will be working or going back to work. I think if they could, the food program would be more helpful, because there'll be a lot of kids running around there who won't see their parents till 7 or 8 o'clock. So if they could do more than one day or once a week on the food program, I think that would help. And pretty much that'd be all I have.
Thank you.
Next is Mr. Marshall.
Let me know when y'all can hear me.
We can hear you.
Go ahead, Mr. Marshall.
Okay, hey y'all, my name is Malik Marshall. I'm a community organizer with Arkansas Community Organizations and Central Arkansas DSA. Over the last month, we have been canvassing the community around Washington Elementary alongside Grassroots Arkansas and Focus Campaign. We've surveyed around 90 people and spoken to parents, teachers, and community members. Our groups help sponsor a community event right in the neighborhood alongside it's a Juneteenth event alongside Village Place, which is an amazing nonprofit with deep roots in the community. But we are still very much in the early stages of this work. And what we talk about when we talk about organizing the community is a very serious, sustained, long-term process. And when talking about communities like this one that have been underserved for so long, there really are no shortcuts. And I just hope that everyone involved here really understands that this initiative has the power to potentially break a cycle that is centuries old and to begin really changing lives in the city. But it really requires serious long-term engagement that brings people affected by these issues into the solutions that change them. Everyday working people are not stupid, they're not lazy, and they know what's best for their communities. People we've talked to understand more than anyone why these communities are in the shape they're in, and many are rightfully mistrustful and slow to believe. And so with this project, we could either begin to restore a faith in this democracy, or we could just further that mistrust. The good news is, I will say, I believe that we all agree that this work is needed. I appreciate Dr. Barth and members of the board for meeting with us and speaking about these issues and showing that there is a desire to be better. But I just want to really establish that wanting it isn't enough. The stakes are too high and the work is too hard. And I think it's very evident that many of the coordinators and staff at the schools are putting everything into this work. But And so I understand that the explanation for why we need 2 new schools, community schools, is that there's a grant conditional on their opening. So I'm not going to say necessarily that we're going to oppose them, but I think we all agree that we need a lot more transparency if we're going to double down on this project, while the first phase is still barely off the ground. I have been jumping through hoops for about 2 months now to try to get a clear record of where this money is and where it's going. Very basic ask. Just a day or so, I finally secured an answer that this will be created and provided. But going forward, I really believe we have to do better. We need clear and transparent accounting, because the community will never buy in without a reason to believe that this is actually going to change anything. And the amount of resources and commitment put in on y'all's end are the difference between these being normal schools with a few extra services and centers of the community that residents can come in to rely on. The last thing we want is for the community to come together alongside the wonderful staff, only to be met with a stone wall because no one was keeping track of the money. So anyways, thank y'all for your time. And as always, I really appreciate the amount of work y'all do. And I hope that this can be a successful project.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate that.
We may have one more. I don't know if they logged off. So the last person was Gary Williams, but I don't see him on the Zoom.
Okay. All right. Well, that concludes our public comments, our community comments, and we will move forward with our agenda, which will be next. We'll talk about our district updates and get some reports from our certified PPC. So, if Miss Austin is in the building. Hello.
How are you all?
Good. Oh, look at you, Green.
Yes, I do an enrichment program, so we've been cooking all day.
Yeah.
And so I do a cooking class.
Is that Cooking Matters? Who is that you got?
This is actually through the University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture. They're our sponsor, and they help to provide food for us and everything. And so today we made chicken and waffles on a stick, homemade lasagna,
on a stick,
buttercream cookies, and Rice Krispie treats. Look,
buttermilk cookies. Okay.
Yes, so
and then we might have to get you to come through.
Day. We started a little bit early than some of the other schools. So Cloverdale's last day is tomorrow.
Good deal. Your hair is pretty.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, now I'm getting to business.
Because,
Sorry.
You know, it's getting late. But first of all, I do want to say on behalf of the Little Rock School District, thank you to the board for approving the additional compensation, because depending on your banking institution, I've been getting text messages all day. Some people have received their money, so thank you. Board for approving it. Thanks the administration for putting the proposal together. We want to thank the payroll for keying in everything, and so thank you so much. We will have new people coming into some schools depending on if they had to move from one building to the next. And so in August, I will help conduct elections for the buildings that will need a new representative. I also plan to do a PPC training for current and new PPC reps. I've also recently had another PPC training, and I want to be able to share that information so that everyone knows their roles, the do's and don'ts. And I've also invited Jordan in as well to bring along the classified staff. So when I get the training together, I'm just going to do a presentation with them, and y'all are invited too if you like. So I'll keep you posted on that. Our next PPC meeting will be July the 12th at 5:00 p.m. And it's summer months, so I'm not necessarily making it a mandatory meeting, but we are diligent in coming, so we still do plan to meet for the month of July. And let's see. Oh, the PPC put together a committee to come up with a certified sick leave bank proposal. And when we met on June the 5th, we did approve it for the certified staff. We also shared it with classified as well. I'm really proud to say that they came up with a proposal. It was based along the lines of the Springdale School District. We just made some minor alterations to fit the needs of the Little Rock School District. But anybody, it's a voluntary thing. Staff could donate one day, and those hours would be there, or those days would be there in case someone has an emergency and maybe not have the time. And so we were really excited about the certified sick leave bank proposal. And so again, we shared it with the classified, and so they've seen it, and they're probably going to use it as well. And I think that was pretty much it for my report. I know that their last two sections of the personnel policy manual will come forth tonight. And as I always mention when I'm standing here, it's not Lakeitha Austin speaking, it's everyone speaking through me. So one question that I said that I would ask is, people just want to know, why are we calling it a personnel procedural manual when all we've talked about is personnel policy manual? So I said, hey, the meeting's tonight. I'll leave that question out there and we'll get an answer to it.
And anytime the board votes on the manual, once the board votes on it, it becomes policy. But I think it goes back to what Secretary Nolan was talking about as far as the getting into the names and the semantics of it. But it is a personnel policy.
Thank you so much. All right, I appreciate you all, and thank you so much.
Just real quick, I'd like to also congratulate you and the Cloverdale staff, because hopefully you saw that, recognized for level 1 today.
Yes.
Or yesterday with the state. So
thank you.
Ms. Austin is a part of that staff. So it's another an opportunity for us to congratulate her through her peeps.
Okay. Thank you. And also, Allie, I gave the PPC your message from last month, and we appreciate each and every one of you all as well. Thank you.
Can I ask something, Madam?
Yes, please.
Ms. Austin, I was wondering, when would we be presented the policy that y'all have crafted with regard
For
to
the sick leave proposal,
Yes.
administration has it, so I'm cool with them sending it on to you. So I'll just push out an email and have them to send it to you.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. And one other question with regard to something else you mentioned with regard to elections. Can you describe to the board that process as far as
Yes.
how often do you have elections in each building?
We did 2-year terms. We did not count the first one because we started in January. So this will be the actual second year beginning in August. So this will be the second term. And so what will happen is I send out an email to the entire school with the nomination form. And anybody within the building can nominate. And they have to give a statement of at least 75 words or less as to why they would like to represent the Personnel Policy Committee. And so we go from there. Once all of the nominations are in, then I send out a poll for them to actually vote on it, and then we just tally up the votes. One thing I know that we'll do with upcoming elections is we want to have a PPC rep and an alternate. That's something that we don't have right now, just in case someone cannot meet the meeting. But the week of July the 19th, a small committee of the PPC is going to try to finish and finalize our bylaws as well. So all of that will be included. But we have set 2-year terms. We did that when we first came together. And so we just do a vote where I send out an email, they'll nominate someone, and then I'll turn around and send out a ballot, an electronic ballot for them to vote with. And that was a very good question, just in case people are watching and may want to get involved if they've gone to another school or something.
Good deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Miss Jordan Eason.
Good
Hello.
evening. I have a very short report for you tonight. I don't know if you all remember, but our classified PPC committee, the majority of our classified PPC committee members are off contract at this point, and so we agreed and voted not to have a meeting in June, nor will we have a meeting in July. We will pick up first thing in August, but I did want to come to you tonight to report that you have some policy revisions regarding Section 8, the classified personnel, as an action item tonight. I did make several attempts to share those with the classified PPC members, and we actually have 7 classified PPC positions, just to remind you all. I heard back from 2 of those committee members that did say that they approved the revisions for the Section 8 policies for an action item tonight. I did not hear back from 5 of the 7, but I did not receive any objections. So I just wanted you guys to all know that. I wanted to report that to you. The 2 administrative appointed members, they also did approve, but that is not in that total that I just gave you. I do want you to know that I have also shared the sick leave bank policy Ms. Austin discussed with you with the classified PPC committee as well. They did, from the members that I did hear back from thus far, they liked that policy as well and like to mimic that policy within the classified policy sections. However, there were 3 members that suggested, because right now it would be separated into a certified group and a classified group, and there would be a small committee for the certified group as well as for the classified group. And some of our members suggested that this be combined together, possibly. So we're still going to discuss that as well with our committee. So we may lag a little behind the certified with that sick leave bank policy, but that will be coming from the classified team as well. Okay. And I did want you all to know that we do have our secretarial PPC committee spot just came open. And the classified PPC, we mimic exactly the same process that the certified PPC committee uses to select a new member that Ms. Austin shared with you. She and I work closely together to make sure that we are in line with one another with that. So, I believe that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions.
Director Woods, go
That's
ahead.
okay. I apologize.
Yes.
So what would be the effect, this might be a question for legal, it might be a question for Mr. Poore, I'm not exactly sure, but what would be the negative effect of us waiting to consider the classified policies tonight until after the classified policy has had a chance to formally meet and consider it and send a recommendation to us? Let me just add on, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I feel a little bit of hesitancy for us to adopt a policy at a time when the classified policy committee is not meeting and has not considered this and weighed their thoughts.
I think there's 2 things that I would ask you to think about. One is that we've actually had that policy in front of you, not just this month, but the previous month. Mm-hmm. So it has been out there, so anybody could share if they found significant issues. Second thing, and I hope I'm right on this, Dr. Owa, but if you bypassed it now tonight, then I believe that you'd have to go to the entire, and you modified the policy for your classified, you'd have to take it for an entire vote of all the classified employees if it happens after July 1.
Okay.
And so the way to deal with that is if there was a problem with the policy and it was a specific thing, then it would come back through that PPC and then they would present so we could modify the one thing.
Okay.
And I do want you all to know that I did, the COVID leave policy is within this section that has a revision, and I did specifically point that out to my group just because I know that that's an important one and it has a date, an ending date in that policy.
And you had a second one?
Yeah, that's it. The answer took care of my other question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank
Eason.
you, everyone.
Appreciate it. Okay. Up next, we will hear from our superintendent. He will speak about the school. Oh, it's about our calendar, the school board calendar. So you guys, you have a draft in front of you, and our superintendent put together our calendar, and you'll notice that we have a few days that will have town halls and work sessions on there. And this is before you to review and take action. Superintendent?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I have one item there on the agenda meeting that we normally would have in the 1st of July and saying, consider deleting that. But I did add on some other work environment that would probably be more like what we did with the math curriculum, where maybe you come in 2 hours in the morning or 2 hours in the early afternoon, and we sit and talk and have an open discussion on the millage extension as a possibility. You also see that I put on some town hall meetings. I did that mainly just because if we don't get it on the calendar, not only for us, but then for our community, it could become a challenge. So I hope, I took liberty, but you all have the right to amend or modify. And my final recommendation would be that if you had a motion coming forward, you may want to just say that I move to approve the entire calendar with the exception of taking off the July 8th meeting, or or accepting it as it is presented. It could be either way. Finally, I haven't heard any concerns from any board members about the dates presented, but you may all have questions and I'll try to answer them.
I just have a question. The town halls that you have here, do you have a vision for, would those be general town halls in different parts of the city? Or maybe, I've heard a little feedback that teachers and employees would really like, the opportunity to have some input on this topic as well. So are these location-based town halls, or, maybe different audiences like teachers and employees or things like that?
Thank you for the question. It does, and the ones that I have on the calendar were intended to be out into northwest, southeast, so to speak, within our community. The second part of your question actually probably deals with item number 7B on discussion of millage extension, which I tried to pose some questions like, well, who else? Because I also have heard from teachers, and so you may add other things on to say, I think we ought to have a separate meeting just for teachers, or we have a separate meeting just for classified, or maybe have two for those teachers so that they have two different times when to choose to come. So I'm very receptive to other dates, but the initial target here was just those ones to go out into the 4 sectors of our community.
I don't have those dates in front of me, I'm going to admit, but I did review them, and it seems that I remember that they were all roughly in the same week, those town halls. Is that about right? And I would just highlight that the last couple of times we've had big things over the last 4 years that involve town hall meetings is there was some criticism of doing several town halls in a very compact amount of time because people may or may not be able to get to them that quickly. And there was a request that would have spread some of those out. And so I'm just putting that out there that the public appreciates, if maybe those town halls are conducted over a series of a few weeks instead of a few days.
It's a great comment. And all I could do is try to share my rationale that I tried to load it prior to your agenda meeting for the August 12th meeting so that you'd have kind of that feedback coming into that meeting, because that's really where you're going to start to really probably narrow the focus of what the ballot work items might be for an extension. And so that's why I did it that way. It doesn't mean that we can't go back after the agenda meeting on the 12th before the August 26th meeting and have, okay, now we've made some decisions, now let's push it out and talk again. And again, that fits more into the item on number 7B. But it's a valid point, but I don't have any way to deal with it because July is July, and then August, you try to catch them before as they're coming back, and then when you have to make your own decisions.
And they are actually, if you're like me and you do your calendar week at a time, they are actual 3 different weeks, even though they're in consecutive, but they are at least not all in the same calendar week.
I like the idea of moving forward with this with the possibility that we could then add additional items between the agenda meeting and the board meeting.
Are we ready to call for the question?
Yeah, we need to call for a question because that sounds like a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'm so sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. I move that we adopt the board meeting dates calendar that was presented to us by the district in our agenda packet.
And add, with the option to add more dates.
I don't know that we always have the option to add more meetings, so I don't know that we need to add that.
I second that motion.
Just point of clarification, the way I would read that motion is to include the July 8th agenda meeting.
I did, I'm not sure, I'd love to hear argument. I guess the point now would be, now we have discussion. I'd love to hear argument for not having it, because, I'm going to be real upfront. I think I'm going to be out of town. I may have to miss that meeting. There may be good reasons not to have it, but I don't know how we could have done it this far without having the agenda meeting each time to set our agenda, so I just don't know what the alternative is to be able to get that done without having the meeting. So if somebody has an argument to make to not have it, let's hear it. Oh, okay, so.
Okay, so the silence is in favor of having it? That's okay, that's what it is. Yes.
I think that we should have the agenda meetings. However, it would be nice if suggestions for things to be placed on the agenda are actually there. Because I have suggested things in the past and they've never shown up. And so that, can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
That's a tad irritating. And so if it takes the meeting, now I think all of our meetings are entirely too long. If they were better organized and we had all of our information in front of us and suggestions and do the readings, it could go a lot faster.
Yep.
You see, a case in point, but this is later on, the motion that you made last agenda meeting, I had made one prior to, mine didn't make it, yours did. And so that's not fair. So I think we should continue having agenda meetings, but we need to be able to suggest things and they show up, actually.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
The alternative to having an agenda meeting would be for us to communicate these agenda items some other way, like emails or something. And I don't know if legally we can do that, since we generally have to meet in public. I don't know if we can send group emails back and forth to discuss what goes on the agenda or not. So I don't really know that there's a functional alternative.
It's not, because then it gets into that public open meeting
Right. So
laws, and so we have to, because it'll be two or more, or one, 1 + 1, 2. So it looked like that will stay on.
Would it be possible to hear from legal on that? Because if our emails are discoverable via FOI requests, I'm not sure how there's much of an argument that that's in secret, or hidden from the public.
Yeah.
Right, but for open meetings, there has to be an announcement to the public that there's going to be a meeting. So if there's a group, and what you said is absolutely correct, but if there is not a notification, then that could be in violation of the open readings part of the Freedom of Information Act, potentially.
Okay. You look like you have something to say. Do you? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we've got a motion on the table, right?
Yes.
Just to move forward and adopt this calendar, including that agenda meeting.
Correct.
And I think we've had a second, right?
I don't remember who seconded. Me. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Leanne. Okay, we had discussion. Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. 9-0. Any opposed? 9-0. Okay, what's next? Okay, so next up, we have community schools.
Consent agenda.
I'm sorry, I jumped down. Consent agenda, which which is an action, board meetings, personnel recommendations, and donations.
I'm going to make a motion that the LRSD School Board approve the consent agenda items as follows. The personnel changes, which include adjustment made by Human Resources today, the minutes from the April 22nd, May 13th, and May 27th meetings, and the donation of property. And that was all in our board packet.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-0. Thank you very much. Next, we will have community schools, and that we will hear from Mr. Darian Smith and Dr. J. Barth, and this is a action item, and we'll hear about governance and expansion. Is this a talk, right? They're coming in to...
No, actually tonight, Mr. Smith and Dr. Barth are here to help address any questions that the board may have. We feel like we've probably laid our case out in the previous board meeting, but we are here to answer or address any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions? There's some feedback.
I have two, but I will defer because I've asked a lot recently.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Director Calloway?
I have a question. Because this is a brand new idea for the elementary schools, is it wise that we include a Mapleville Elementary and Middle School? And we haven't proven that this is going to work yet. And I saw that it was tagged together.
I'll start. We have two separate items tonight, so it would take two separate motions in front of you. One would be more on the governance aspect of moving forward, and then the second one is on expansion. The expansion specifically would only happen if we were able to get the grant. So it's not a given that we'd move forward, but it would take a grant. I think that if you look at the governance motion that we have in front of you, we're also trying to take into account a little bit of what we learned in our training to add some more accountability even into the motion, which we hope will help Ms. Calloway. Dr. Barth or Mr. Smith, anything to add?
Just, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll just add, Ms. Calloway, on the middle school, we certainly did start at the elementary level, but I think it was always our intention and thought that we would, over time, begin to create a system of community schools that would build up the feeder patterns. And what is particularly nice about the Mapleville Elementary and Mapleville Middle School, as their name implies and as you all know, is the close proximity of those two campuses, which I think is a safer way to take the step towards middle school. Because you are totally right, we're going to be learning some new lessons as we move to middle school, but we felt that this was a safer way with very overlapping communities where everyone who would be at Mapleville Middle School would have either come from Mapleville Elementary or from the Chico Elementary, where we've been in place for the last number of months.
Okay. Director Nolan.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. I have two questions. One, we've kind of alluded to it, but I just want to, say it directly. One of the things that we have talked about is adding, in terms of the scope of the task force, not just developing an MOU, but some sort of evaluative tool that will allow us to measure the progress and, really make sure that we are meeting goals. Is that something that you all are agreeable to? And okay, I see you're nodding your head, so yes.
Very, very much so. And I think one thing I would like to say, Ms. Nolan, is I think we have to be conscious of what is our logic for change. We know the ultimate goal is academic improvement, right? But we also know that there are going to be steps towards that that we will also need to gauge. And so whether it's increasing attendance rates, reducing disciplinary infractions, all of those things, improving the health of the neighborhood, all of those things are part of the overarching logic that gets us to the ultimate goal. And so I think one thing that I would just say in terms of accountability is that it's not a single accountability measure, that is academic performance, but the variety of things that will come together to make that happen over time.
And I wholeheartedly agree. We've talked during our training, we talked about things like attendance rates and parent engagement. There are lots of ways to measure the success here, so I agree completely. The second question, we had a lot of public comments that talked about tracking and transparency of the funding. When it comes to ESSER funding, I have requested that our district, when they provide a financial update, go ahead and break that out and show us how it's being allocated and spent. And so I was just wondering if you would be receptive to doing the same, maybe not every report you give us, but like once a semester or so to show us the financial piece as well.
Yeah, totally. I think I will, first off, just to let you know a little bit about where we are on spending. Of course, I gave, I think Mr. Smith and I gave you a spending report in April, and it was fairly limited in terms of the spending. What we have done to date is before the end of the school year, Mr. Smith and I met with the community school coordinators and principals individually for each school and really talked through the needs assessment data that we had to help guide what would be appropriate expenditures, new expenditures for the 2021-22 school year. We are now building budgets based on those conversations, and when they return from their break, July 8th, we will come back together with the coordinators and talk about what makes up that budget. At that point, I think we would be totally open to sharing that budget before the school year even begins. But Ms. Nolan, I totally agree. A couple of times in the semester, maybe it's November and April or October and March, kind of midway points to let you know where we are with that. Mm-hmm. That sounds great to me, and very happy to do it. I do, one thing that has been interesting in this process, a lot of things have been interesting in this process, but one really interesting thing is that we've had to make some adjustments, oftentimes in a very positive way, because things have gotten covered by grants that we were expecting to spend money on. And I think y'all all should know in kind of getting ready to look at these things, is that there is going to be that adjustment over time. And of course, we want to spend less money and save money to be spent on other items if we get a grant that covers those items. But totally agreeable about transparency. It's a crucial part. I totally agree with Mr. Marshall's final comment that at the end of the day, for this to work, there not only has to be community buy-in, community engagement, community empowerment, but there has to be community trust. And we know that in this community, I think the 9 of y'all, more than anyone else, know that we've got a lot of work to do to overcome that. I credit y'all with taking big steps in that regard, but we have that responsibility as well with this endeavor.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. So we have, I can make a motion. So I will move that the Little Rock School Board authorize the superintendent to move forward with the community school model. Will include the development of the task force, a MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding detailing the responsibilities of all parties, and a evaluative tool that will accurately measure the impact of community schools. So that is the motion on the table. And then, yeah, for that one, I don't have anything to add on that, because the task force will then look at processes and how we move forward in the document that we shared online. So that's the motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. We have a second. Is there room for discussion?
How will the task force be composed?
Yeah, Dr. Barth had a slide. It will be, this is different from the implementation, the community school implementation team that will look at the process. This is something that it will be joint between the district and the city. Dr. Barth, I don't have that presentation. Do you have the?
I do. Let me pull it up real quick.
I can't remember everybody on it, sorry.
Here we go.
I don't remember it. I don't think we got it. PowerPoint. Yeah, we did. I don't remember. Reread them.
Apologize for, okay. It would be the, Mr. Poor, the superintendent, or his designee, the mayor or his designee, Mr. Smith, the executive director of elementary school leadership, myself, Ms. Hatter as the president or her appointee, a member of the Little Rock City Board of Directors appointed by the mayor, and 2 members of the community, one appointed each by the president of the school board and the mayor.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you for that. Does that answer your question, Director Morning? Okay. Are we ready to vote? All right. Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 9-0. So the second part of this is the, to move I move that the LRSD board approve, the expansion of community schools to include Mapleville Elementary and Middle School as presented by the administration. What I would add to that, it is only if the grant is approved and given to, question, would this be for the district and the city? Who is applying for this grant? I don't remember.
If you approve this, we actually would be endorsing it as a district that we're willing to work for the grant or receive it. And so we would, I think your suggestion of adding on to the motion is excellent, though, to add if the grant is received.
Okay, so if the grant is received, then we will then come back and we will expand the community schools as well as make sure that there is a comprehensive plan going forward. The task force that was for our elementary schools, and this one going down, it will be looking at the implementation of community school team going forward. So that's the motion.
Yeah, I just want to add that I had a discussion with parents, both, and the Latinx community in my zone, in that area, and they are all for expansion.
Good deal, good deal.
Point of order. Can the president make a motion?
Yes,
Where?
it's in the,
President or chairman?
Director,
I have no
people-
problem with the motion, but I don't think that the president or the chair can make a motion. Aren't you supposed to be neutral?
no,
Mr. Walker can help back me up if I misstate something, but I think that the chair can make a motion. Many times, they don't, but they have the right just as any individual board member.
I may totally misspeak here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think under Robert's rules, they differentiate between large formal boards and smaller boards that can operate under their own adopted norms and procedures. I may be wrong. And that is why this came up last time about, during the CAB, about whether the chair votes and whether, and ultimately it was our procedure that we've had all along that you have voted, and doing it otherwise denies your constituents in your zone that vote. So
I reviewed the policies just this weekend because I was looking at that, and it's explicit to say that the chair in our place can make motions, second motions, and vote.
yes. And just for clarity, I was under that impression that I wouldn't be able to, based on a rule that was interpreted to me, and then Director Adams corrected me. I think that was back in January or whenever I said it, when he said, are you sure? So, but yeah.
So it depends on the size and scope of the board.
Well, for Little Rock School District Board of Education, the chair is able to vote because of the size.
It basically goes back to our policy allows it, okay? So if you, as a board, collectively said you didn't want that, but our policy currently allows that to happen, as Mr. Adams just stated.
I believe you do need a second, though, Ms. Hatter.
I do, yes. So we made the motion and.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, I shall.
For clarity.
So the motion is I move that the Little Rock School Board approve the expansion of the community school for Mapleville Elementary and Middle School as presented by administration, with the understanding that only if the grant is. Any opposed? Okay, it's a 8-1. Okay, and the motion passes.
Dr. Barth and Mr. Smith, thank you both for bringing this to us. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And Ms. Hatter, can I say one quick thing?
Sure, Doctor.
I really want to, from my personal perspective, but also from the city's perspective, I just want to thank Dr. Owa and Ms. Worsham for their amazing gifts and talents on behalf of this district and the children and families of this district. And they have been fantastic to work with. I got the joy of working with them when they were at the State Department, but we've worked more closely, obviously, in the last few months. I just want to join everybody else in voicing how much they are going to be missed and how much great work they've done.
Thank you. And Dr. Owa says thank you.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Barth. And Mr. Smith. Next on our agenda is the communications. This is the public relations RFQ, RFP process, and we will hear from our community director, Ms. Pamela Smith, and this will be only for informational reasons.
I'll introduce the topic first, if you don't mind,
Oh, yeah,
Ms. Hatter.
please,
Thank you.
sorry.
And
Yeah.
I asked, this really came as a part of discussions that have occurred throughout the spring of how does the board take its message? How does the board take its priorities? What is the way that we move forward? And Ms. Hatter has really helped frame that discussion. Ms. Smith was tasked with this, has worked with our Department of Procurement under Kelsey Bailey to kind of make sure you guys have some options. This is a discussion. You can see that we came up in here with what would be our recommendation, but I'll let Ms. Smith kind of give an overall framework of a little bit of history and then a little bit of moving forward, then we'll hear from you all.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hatter, Board, Administration, Mr. Poore, and other community members who are watching this evening. I'm presenting to the Board for your consideration a recommendation by the administration to seek an RFP, that is a request for a proposal to seek the services of a qualified public relations and marketing firm that has a demonstrated ability to work with a diverse community to provide a proposal for a PR, marketing, and recruitment effort based upon best practices as well as their professional opinion, which would be outlined to meet our specific objectives, how it would be structured, the mediums used, etc. They basically would tell us their approach and how they would accomplish what they were recommending, and then they would provide measurable metrics to tell us if the goals were met. Now, with the request for a quote or an RFQ, we would already have the requirements that we were seeking, and the company would provide a quote based on meeting those requirements or the ability to meet those requirements. With the request, the last time we hired a PR agency for this type of project, and we did an RFQ, which, as I mentioned to you already, was a request for qualifications, as opposed to an RFP, request for proposals. We did so based on input from the superintendent at the time, as he considered them to be more consultants. So the RFP is the process the administration prefers and recommends to use, but we wanted the board to know a little bit about the history of this process. The principals have conducted a number of surveys that we would be able to incorporate for consideration as part of our process, and including the information for the community. Also, a fee was paid to the firm back in 2010 for their work in helping to develop the strategic plan, and the follow-up was subsequently done in 2014, which Ms. Johnson and Mr. Adams, I'm trying to look around the room, I think those were the only two who were part of that process, where we developed a full-fledged marketing and branding campaign that also included radio, television, print, billboards, yard signs, T-shirts, town halls, and more. The firm helped create the content with the district's input and approval, and the district paid the respective outlets directly for running the ad. So we worked directly with the firm to help develop the recruitment and promotion effort, and then they, in turn, planned the content development in English and Spanish. They assisted with media buying, and then developed metrics to determine whether or not we met our goals. So again, the recommendation this evening by the administration is for an RFP, a request for proposals.
All right. This is open for discussion. This is not an action. So I will open up the floor. Director Nolan.
Very quickly, I support this. I want to, very briefly speak in favor of it because some people will see this as an expense, that we are going to spend money to do this. Ultimately, we have to increase enrollment because that affects our budget, and so we would be spending money to hopefully bring in money, in a way that would kind of pay for itself, is what I'm trying to get at. The other part that I would be interested in is whether or not this would potentially be in place or be utilized if we choose to put a millage extension on the ballot, and whether or not that is part of the scope of this proposal. Because I do think if we go that route, we're going to need to do some work to sell it and really get people on board. So I just wondered if that was part of what we were looking at here.
We'd have to be very careful. First, one is the timing of trying to go through the selection process would probably be almost August before we'd have it selected. Second, you can't utilize district funds to campaign or market. So you can market for the extension. You can market for the district and push out positive, but you can't market for the actual campaign.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? Okay. Is that a hand or a scratch of the head? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just had a
Director?
Just thinking in my mind, we have a lot of really great talent in our schools with our kids, and is there any way we can kind of use those kids with this marketing firm to make some of those, kind of have them facilitate it more and have our kids do it? Because we've got a lot of smart kids that want to go into broadcast journalism, and not that it would save us money, but it would be a good opportunity for the kids to create something for us.
Well, I think with that in mind, we could incorporate that as part of our request. But in addition to that, we did utilize students they were not actually involved in the production of it, but they were involved as far as talent goes in some of the spots. But certainly it would be worth considering, and we'd be open to that.
I agree with everything you just said, Ms. Smith. And so I think we could build that into the request for proposal, that we have an expectation that staff could have a career opportunity even, or students could have a career opportunity to be a part of the production of some of the marketing efforts, not just the being in front of the screen, but behind it.
And if I might add, Mr. Poore, you'll note at the bottom of the executive summary, we talked about how districts all around us are advertising, and we have to make sure that we're among the considerations when people are making selections about schools. But in order to do that, we have to be more visible and they are engaging in ways that we are not, and we would certainly like to be competitive.
Director Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'm very much in favor of this kind of effort too, because I think we have to compete and we have to get the good news of what's happening out there. I'm wondering, in your thoughts for this, along with measuring exposure and like how many people are reached and how many hits or are received and that type of thing. Are there other kind of evaluation measures or outcome measures that you'd be thinking about?
Well, I think it would be incumbent upon the agency to inform us of those, but part of that certainly would be the number of students we get registered for school would be a definite way to measure the engagement and level of effectiveness, I think. But there are metrics, as you probably are aware, through a number of the digital platforms, they have analytics, but certainly I almost said feet to the seat, but bodies in the seats would be the most definite measure I think we could accomplish.
Thank you.
My question is the development of strategic plan. Is it the strategic plan and goals of the marketing campaign, or is it the strategic goals of the board? Because I noticed later down it says aligns with the LRSD board's targets and goals, and so we are developing that. And then I know that it will be in August by the time it goes out. So by the time they come back with the proposal, we'll have them in place. But I'm just curious about the development of the strategic plan. Is that just the marketing for recruitment, retention of not only, and then pulling back in our students that may have went elsewhere, but is that also for staff? And to be clear, let me clear this up. The recruitment, the strategic plan, what is that referencing?
The strategic plan would be something that would be developed by the board, and then the goals would be, they would work, the recruitment effort or marketing plan would work in tandem with your, whatever your strategic plan was outlined to be.
Okay, so and I just want to be clear, just to make sure I understand this. So regarding the need to develop a strategic plan and related goals, is that the district, or are we giving that to the firm to develop?
No, the district is
Okay,
developing
okay.
the plan, and the firm will help execute the marketing effort to support that plan, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. That's all I have.
I just want to take a moment and applaud you and your staff for your efforts on this front recently, because, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I have noticed and seen more visibility and more, it is definitely already starting, and y'all have been really doing that. So I just wanted to, acknowledge the work that you all have been doing on that account.
We appreciate you for saying that, Ms. Nolan.
Very good.
And we also remind you that we provided signs for you to to put in your yards. And we fully expect to drive by your houses and see those marketing signs that you are proud supporters of LRSD. And if you know of anybody else who is interested in getting some signs, we ask that you let them know to contact us, and we'll make sure that we get signs to them.
Okay. And are you guys going to go with the RFQ? Because I noticed in here it's a Q. So, yeah, go ahead and put that up here. So
Our
everybody can see it.
recommendation actually is for an RFP, if you look under the recommendation.
Okay. My only thought with the P is that since with just hearing from professionals in that area, with them having to give away their content, the Q is better, because then they are not, they're meeting the criteria, but they don't have to give away their free content to later be used, or likeness of it being used, right, if they don't get the bid.
Let me say that in a different way. I think what she's cautioning us, and
Thank you.
between Ms. Smith and Mr. Bailey, myself, we can take that back to Daryl Paradis, who leads our procurement, is that when you do an RFP, you're actually trying to show everything that you're going to go do. And so when these companies will come in, each of them are showing everything they can do, and then they could steal from one another, more or less. So the RFQ has some benefits. So we will discuss that and then come back with kind of an update of where we're going.
Ms.
Thank you.
Smith?
Well, at one point, we could make a motion that still allows discretion, approves and allows you all to move forward on either one, depending on what you deem more appropriate in this context. So I think that y'all could work out that part, I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
Oh, he's helping me, I'm doing the van.
Not on that. Actually, on the RFQ, you have an option that you can take a hybrid approach. So if you issue a request for qualification, you can get the interested firms that are interested in doing business with Little Rock, that you develop your list on that, look at the qualification they possess. Then you could, if you wanted to turn around, you could actually do an RFP based on they had to be on that qualified list. So you can put some qualifiers out there. So, but the you got to get down to a proposal one way or another, because they're gonna have the qualification and the scope of work and the price that you're gonna be paying for it in that actual RFP. So I think RFQ may be a way to go on a soft approach and actually get the firms that are qualified out there to solicit, their intentions and their qualification. Then you may want to look at RFP, but either way you can do it, but you can take it a hybrid approach if you choose to.
Good deal.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing? Thank you for my sign. Do we have any marketers in our database? And is that a place to start as far as trying to seek out
And in terms of firms,
firms? Yes, ma'am.
and I'm not real sure if I'm following you about our database, but there are some firms that we have worked with in the past.
Is that where you're going to start with those firms, or?
Well, I
Because
think,
the last firm we had, they did really, really a great job.
I think that will have to be a competitive process. So unfortunately, I don't have the authority to make that decision, but certainly the firms that we seek to use will have to be qualified, obviously, but they also have to demonstrate that they have the ability to work with a diverse group of community members.
Okay. How long do you think that process would take?
I do not know. I'll have to defer to Mr. Paradis, who is our Director of Procurement.
Oh, okay. So you don't know when you want to have it in place, estimation?
Well, I would love to have it in place as soon as possible.
That's what I'm talking about.
But the other issue will be also determining a group of committee members to make sure that we have great representation, number one, as far as that committee goes, and then helping to identify the person or firm, actually, that would be best suited to get the work done.
All right. Is there any other comments or questions? Ms. Smith, thank you so much. We appreciate you and all your hard work.
Thank you, and a shout out to the communications team, because they're rocking and rolling this year, so, well, at the end of this year, but we're appreciative of all of the hard work that they've put in, long hours, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And that sign is really nice.
I'm going to drive by your house and expect to see it. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna see it. All right, see ya. All right, so next up, we will have, okay, finance. Mr. Kelsey Bailey.
Good evening, board, viewing public. If you'll indulge me for at least an hour here, I got a lot of good information to share with
An
you.
hour?
Y'all
Making
hit
good
the
time.
schedule. I'm usually don't get up to 10:30. So.
No, this is a new board. I don't know what you're talking about.
And the training was good. I actually watched on Friday and I actually watched on Saturday as well. So you all had some healthy conversation there. Y'all did touch on some budget items there, so that was good to hear as well. So my focus tonight is really going to be on our exit criteria and our budget that we have to submit and present on July 8th. It's not, this budget, when we've been talking about a 3-year budget, it's not like the 800-page budget we typically submit in September. This is just the concept and a summary of the things that we foresee happening, the revenue coming in and the expenditures or savings that we foresee as well. So I got a PowerPoint and a couple pieces here. It seriously won't take an hour. It may take 20, 30 minutes depending on your questions here, but I'm going to try to share my screen here if I can. So, regular financial update here. And these are actually attached. So you have your regular normal status reports out there. Really nothing special to talk about from May. We did, our collections are up, but this is going to be actually summarized in the rest of my report here. But if you want to go back and ask me any questions based on the normal reports we submit every month and upload, we can. So I'm going to dive into it if you don't mind. Minimize this on my screen. But what we do, we have what's called a continuous fiscal review. So you all are reviewing financials, you know, every month. I'm reviewing them every day. So we're always reviewing and pretty much dissecting every facet of LRSD operation to try to identify any potential savings or inefficiencies we can get out there. Of course, you can look in this dissection includes exploring changes in all staffing levels, academic programs / intervention, revenue utilization, facility maintenance upgrade, utility usage, human capital needs, and don't mark out human capital needs. Don't make that a bad word because we're going to talk about that later. So that may be a comment that may be sticking in your head. So it's not a bad word. I really need to define what human capital is. So, and that's coming later in the presentation. Budgetary focus is typically our focus that we put from the CFO and the administrator. So our focus is always on fiscal sovereignty and sustainability. Fiscal sovereignty, you need to be able to meet your obligations. Sustainability, if you have programs out there, you want them to be sustainable beyond, you know, just that 1 year typically. So there's a conscious effort to address these same areas that kind of mentioned earlier, revenue utilization, staffing / human capital, carrying the future facility needs. I know y'all kind of discussed that, salary schedules. That was something y'all discussed in your retreat as well, and something minimal fund balance we want to see on the district. So along with this relates to current budget and subsequent fiscal years as well. So overall fiscal goal, our goal is to achieve the greatest operational efficiency possible while still providing high quality and equitable education to all our students. This is a new part that added, as well as attracting and retaining the most competent team members. So that's good there. So we need to try to retain and attract the best team members we can. So we realize it's not an easy task, but I think we're all prepared to make the necessary changes we need to stay financially solvent and educationally focused. So we owe this to every student, employee, parent, taxpayer of the Little Rock School District. And if you have any questions at any time, stop me or comments. Verify me. Fiscal year 21, so you're gonna have a breakdown, a kind of summary, and I have a spreadsheet that's gonna go along with this that's being shared with Stacey Smith with the Department of Ed, but basically when we started this fiscal year, we adopted a budget in September. It had a operational deficit of 5.7 million. We said about deficit spending, so this was primarily due to a very conservative projections we had of local revenue collections. You know, on the last half of fiscal year 20, revenue came in about $4 million short. No one was expecting COVID to be here like it was, and it hit. So taxpayers, I think, were just apprehensive about, you know, letting go of cash if you had cash at that time, but they end up paying their taxes later on in the year. So the tax books actually come open around April, end of March, early April. So you have up to October to pay them without any penalties. So it looks like they just waited to pay them. Current revenue projection for this year actually came in approximately about 9.8 million over what we budgeted. So that's great. So I mean, the first half we talked about coming in about 6 million. In the second half, we just got our major collection in May. It was about 3.8 million up. So we're looking good as far as tax collection. So it's back to the normal that we would say. We have something called estimates for indirect cost recovery. Basically what indirect cost recovery is on federal programs, the federal government and state government allows you to actually charge what's called indirect cost recovery for processing payroll, for doing reports and anything associated with that actual federal grant. You can actually recover some of the costs. So approximately probably about $650,000 we'll recover from this year, and that adds to your revenue, your general operating. Salary and benefit expenditures are expected, looks like they're gonna come in about $3.5 million under budget, so we're still processing some payrolls now, but they're looking very favorable. The district is also able to reallocate about $2 million of COVID-19 related operating expenditures over to ESSER 2. So we looked at those things we talked about, like increased sub costs, some of those textbooks costs. We had some actual personnel pieces we were able to reallocate over there, so that's going to be a savings as well. The next bullet, and we're going through this, everything that pretty much happened in this fiscal year. So, you know, we went out for a debt service meal extension for the voters in 2020. It failed to get voter approval in November. At that time, we had plans for FF&E, furniture, fixture, and equipment for Little Rock Southwest high school. So we always had plans from the time that building was thought about being built that we knew we were going to have to kick in some money from the district level. We had planned on upwards of maybe $7 million for FF&E. We knew we had other construction plans out there, but due to the voter not approving that extension, all those funds really, they had to come out of operating. So we had about $4.2 million that came out of operating that would have most likely been coming out of debt service extension bonds, and along with the $2 million architectural fees for the McClellan site, the K-8 for the McClellan site. So those were planned to be coming out of the debt extension, but came out of operating. So for overall, the bottom line on the district had about $16.4 million of unfunded one-time capital improvement costs in this fiscal year. So those costs won't be recurring costs. So we finished up the high school, we finished up all the construction, all the FF&E there. We paid the architects out for McClellan, whatever the school may be named, the K-8 site there, whatever it may happen at that point. So we don't have those costs lingering anymore. So those are behind us. So really, in essence, we spent about $4 million that we didn't have funded, plus we were about $5.8 million in the deficit mode, but we regained about $10 million of that back in this year. So as we go through this, and you're going to see this in the spreadsheet, so.
Bailey, that 9.8 million over budget, is that from our tax collection
Tax
or are we
collections
over?
only.
Okay.
Yeah, so we
it's
brought
not
in.
because of our ESSER money.
We brought in $9.8 million more collections than what we expected. So typically, we have about a 98% collection rate, but I mean, we went very conservative. We've been growing about 3% on assessment value. We just really went flat on our projections this year. So we weren't sure if it was going to be the same as we did for last quarter throughout the year, but it looks good. And the real estate market in Central Arkansas looks good as well. So hopefully that we'll see even a greater appreciation for this upcoming fiscal year. And I'm going to go through these 3 years. So that was 21, just a recap. It wasn't anything we can really do. I mean, 21 was set. We're just really rowing along and trying to do our best in that we know we was in a deficit state, but it looks pretty good. And you'll see a summary here in a few minutes. But for 22, LRSD is projecting to receive additional $3.5 million of local tax revenue and about $500,000 in indirect cost revenue from ESSER 2. This is based on just a 2% growth model. So our average over the 5 years has been about 3%, but just take a conservative approach, we're looking at a 2% growth model on the projection. So state funding is expected to decrease by about $1.9 million, and this due to decline in ADM. Hadn't received official three-quarter averages based on what our funding is based on, but it looks like on the data I looked at about a month ago, we're going to be down about 801 students, K-12. Now we're down more than that, pre-K through.
What does that equate to in terms of funding?
For funding, for foundation funding, about $4.7 million. We're going to get a portion of that back. Well, I'm saying $1.9 million decrease because we're going to have about $2.8 million of decline in enrollment. It offsets that as well. But that 4.7 is going to carry on if we don't, get those students back. But for fiscal year 22, and it's going to be a little bit clearer when I show you the spreadsheet as well. But I want to give y'all the narrative that we're showing as well so the public can see it as well. So in subsequent years, like I said on here, this loss will be $4.7 million. And all my projections are based on a 2% growth rate. It's based on us not losing any students and not gaining any students. It's just staying kind of status quo. Now, if we gain students, it's all going to be for the better. There really no projection in here for salary increases or benefit changes, anything like that. So it's just really status quo. So we got a lot of conversation to talk about on the actual fiscal years that we have before us. So LRSD is projecting operating fund savings of about $6.6 million for next year. This includes a reduction of certified positions and utilization of ESSER 2 funds. So we identified about 50 certified positions on a reduction, and we'll look at those details a little bit later. But when we look at the final thing, cumulative available operating funds equate to about $18.6 million. As you know, the $9.8 million that we received this year in tax revenue, that's going to be continuous. So we build upon that. So you have the 9.8, then you have another $3.5 million of tax revenue, and it continues to grow like that. So y'all follow me so far? Okay. Slow me down if I'm going too fast. I'm trying to stay within that 30 minutes. Fiscal year 23, and most of these are pretty much redundant, so we're still projecting an additional $3.6 million of local tax revenue. And these 500,000 indirect cost recoveries are purely estimates based on the spending there. All of that funding is not eligible for actually indirect cost recovery if you're buying capital equipment, which I know we're going to be buying a lot of smart boards, so we have to take that out consideration. But on the next phase, we have what's called, it was called CARES, but it was really ESSER 1, and we have ESSER 2. They were calling it ESSER 3, but right now the name has changed. It's ARP ESSER for the third round, and that's American Rescue Plan ESSER there. So that's what we're going to be calling it from this point forward. LRSD has very preliminary savings of maybe about 2.8 million that can be achieved by right sizing, staffing the buildings. That still has to be discussed. So that was just kind of an estimate I put together based on maybe a reduction of 40 positions. So cumulative for that year, we're looking at about 19.1 million available operating funds. That's not considered anything else that we may be spending on as compared to this current fiscal year.
Mr. Bailey, can I ask a question about that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say reduction, are we talking attrition when people leave, or are you talking about proactive steps to reduce?
Can be all of above. I didn't go into detail on that because that needs to be discussed with the board and discussed with administration. So this is basically just saying where we are and what we can do. We have probably 40 or more positions that we can actually reduce depending on. Now, if we grow enrollment back up, you know, that number may go down to 35, may go down to 20 and things like that. But I think based on the current numbers, and we've actually discussed with HR, and I think we still have, you know, some room to, you know, make some reduction if needed. And we may choose not to based on what the revenue is. Fiscal year 2024, we're projecting another about 3.6 million, and this is not going to change all that much. You'll see the actual specific, exact dollar amounts in my spreadsheet here, but on 24, I didn't identify any expenditure savings at this time, and we may still be right sized, and we may decide to do some facilities, but we'll have to discuss that. It's really not needed on this to show, you know, financial solvency with the state. And just to back, we've never been in fiscal distress. We never had an indicator. And this is just something to show that we are committed to not going there, I believe. So we're the only district in the county outside of Jacksonville, North Pulaski, which they're newer to the county that hadn't been in fiscal distress. And we've worked very hard from the DSEG wind down before we started talking about DSEG wind down. And we've done a lot in the district, so something to be proud about.
Can you repeat yourself on that?
We've never been in fiscal distress, and we don't plan on be, not while I'm standing before you. But we work very hard not to do it. We have all the tools available. We have very competent staff. We have time to plan these things. So the take we always, I talked about was we don't have to take an axe approach, and we can take a surgeon approach. We have a scalpel here, we can cut back as we need it because we have the resources to plan adequately. So the numbers and the data don't lie. So if we choose not to, you know, adhere by them, that's on us. So human capital, let's talk a little about that. So that's been a kind of a bad word, but this is what we're talking about. When we talk about human capital, we're not talking about me. We're talking about is what all makes up this organization. So it includes its intangible asset pretty much, and it's based on skills, the educational level, training, intelligence, health, and other things employed, such as loyalty and punctuality. The concept of human capital recognizes not all labels equal. So it's not, when we're saying human capital, we're not saying Vicky is human capital. It's more than that. So when we're looking at the human capital strategy, these are the things that make up human capital. So when we talk about personnel is salary and benefits. Human capital involves a whole lot more than this. This involves, like you see on here, competency development, learning management, performance evaluation, process involvement, system enhancement, organization integration. So it's a bunch that goes into that word. And we've actually went to a lot of training with ADE and other districts from around the state and around the nation to actually talk about that. So as we're looking at human capital, it's about placing maybe your, I would say maybe your most credential or your most highly competent teachers in some of your tough schools. And that's what a lot of districts, you talk to New York and Chicago, they move personnel around, people around. So to make sure they're having the right people in the right places so they can achieve the goals they need to achieve. Some of y'all have a question?
Well, the word capital caught me because I tend to think of that in terms of assets or
it is asset.
Like something of value. You know, is that? I too am familiar with the fact that this phrase is not something that, you know, has been a popular. Teachers have objected to being called human capital, which, and so I'm just kind of understanding it in a totally different way when thinking about it in terms of like when we evaluate the assets that the district has, recognizing those, that value or those contributions.
So it's a lot of value in that. So when we're talking about human capital, we're not just talking about a person. It's more than that. But if you look at, and this is another, I stole this off another company here, but it involves, the job practice analysis, competency modeling, it's a bunch of stuff out there, reskilling and upskilling and different things. So we're talking about human capital is more than just, personnel out there. So I don't want that to be a bad word because that's something we really have to address out there. So same mantra you've seen in the past. And I typically don't talk about money, I talk about resources because human capital is a resource, the skills and abilities we have here. Personnel is a resource, money is a resource, of course, facilities are resources. So we just have the fiduciary responsibility. Fiduciary taxpayers have trusted us with their money that we would do the right thing. So can't only just be good stewards, you got to be that good to great stewards of resources we have available. In doing so, we can provide our children with what you see here, the greatest educational opportunities. So, questions? Let me see. I can't go that one yet. That's going to be a sneak peek. All right, so this is the spreadsheet that kind of brings all that in line as I went through and gave you the narrative here. So these are actually the specific numbers here. Can everybody see that okay? Okay. So we identified these as operational revenue savings with fiscal year 21 through 24, and you can notice they're color-coded here, different colors for each year. But as we looked at the local revenue collection, this is actually the specific amount, $9,821,495.30 on what we've actually collected so far. I don't think we're going to have any additional collections come in, but these are the details here that I pretty much just told you all that we budgeted local revenues very conservative. I need to change that from conservation to conservative. You see things when you're doing presentations. But I also listed the time frame which we did this and whether this is ongoing or not ongoing. So ongoing means we can roll this to the next fiscal year. This is going to be a revenue we can depend on for the following fiscal year. If it's a no, it's over here. It's not. It's a one-time revenue, or it's going to be offset. So this indirect cost recovery is just a one-time thing for that fiscal year. It's not going to be a $650,000 we continue to roll over, although we have some additional funds identified, but it's a separate piece down here. And these are the same things. So as we look at fiscal year 22, you can kind of see the offset here. We're going to have indirect cost recovery of $500,000, but this is the decrease in state foundation funding to I'm rounding up on my narratives there, 4.7 million, and the offset on increase of state decline in enrollment of 2.8. So if you add those together, that's where you get the 1.9 at right there. But you can see this is going to be ongoing here. So this offset, this minus $4,672,388 is going to be something ongoing we have to address. So that's a negative amount. Are y'all following me so far on that? Mm-hmm. As we go to 23, not much, just an increase in tax revenue. You can see the same growth we talked about there. Projected collections increased by 2% over the preceding fiscal year. That's ongoing, so it adds on. Nothing really for 24 besides the same narratives for that as far as revenue generation. So we don't have the ability to really generate revenue outside of increasing local tax revenue and increasing our student enrollment and getting that additional state funding. So at the total, as we look at these amounts here, if we were looking at what we actually generated additionally in revenue for, FY for this year, we're looking at 10.5 million. For next year, only 2.1 million, because remember we had that large offset of this reduction of state foundation funding. For the upcoming years, is basically just the increase in local tax revenue along with the indirect costs. So if we look at that over a 4-year period, including this year, we're looking at, almost 21 million. Same thing, and I'll share this with you. It's the same color code for all of these as well. But as far as reductions, this is on the expense side. Vacant positions for this year, along with temporary hiring freeze, is going to accommodate about $3.5 million of revenue expenditure savings. This is yet to be determined. We may get a little bit more out there, but I won't say this is conservative. This is pretty close to, I think, what we're going to actually achieve. This is not going to be ongoing because, I mean, this was based on vacant positions and temporary hiring freeze, so it wasn't eliminating them positions. So that's why I can't make this an ongoing. So if we have vacant positions out there we need to, leave open, we'll do the same thing for the upcoming fiscal years. For the next one, we were able to reallocate 11 assistant principal salaries and benefits from operating fund to ESSER 2 funds. We talked about that. We were able to transfer about $585,000 from substitute expenses that were in operating funds. All these are COVID related. Along with technology, $217,000. Scroll down. Another $217,000 from textbooks. And none of these are ongoing. Now, the APs will be ongoing for another year, and we'll roll that into the fiscal year 21 rather. So the things in red were the sunk costs I'm talking about, the one-time cost, construction of Little Rock Southwest High School completed and FF&E installed, so that was $14.4 million. Architect design for New K at McClellan campus, $2 million. So we won't see those expenses anymore, so those pretty much come off the book, so that's nothing we have to actually worry about budget. So if we didn't actually have those expenses on there, I think we would have did pretty good. We'd have probably ended this year in the black. We're gonna be pretty close anyway. For fiscal year 22, the savings that are identified, and we covered them as well, you can just see the exact numbers here, $3,550,000 for the reduction of approximately 50 certified positions, utilization of ESSER 2 funding for math curriculum, textbooks, and materials, $2 million, continuation of 11 AP salaries being paid for ESSER 2. And I didn't put this as a continuation because I guess after next year, we have to kind of reevaluate what we do with those APs, whether we leave them in that funding or we switch them back, so I couldn't really, designate that yet. The next one for FY23, and this is wide open, I put developer right size and staffing allocation formula with the framework of state standards and the developer's facility strategic plan for the number of buildings needed. So this is basically having a discussion about how we want to see the footprint of buildings in Little Rock School District. So I know y'all are going to be talking about that, but you can kind of see if we reduce by 40 positions, that would be, $2.8 million. If we reduce buildings, we can put in some energy savings or maintenance savings out there, so that amount can actually grow. So that's a fairly low number, I think. Mr. Poole, you look like you had something on your mind. Okay, good. You act like I asked you for some money, Mr. Poole. You looking at me pretty hard there. You scared me. I had to pause. I like to have fun doing presentations, don't mind me. But on fiscal year 24, I don't have any savings put there. That's, totally up to us. But something we have to address is what's called the funding cliff. ESSER 2 and ARPS is going to be ending in December 23 and December 24. So if we have any positions, funded by ESSER or ARP ESSER, we're going to make a decision whether we can sustain those positions or they come to what's called a funding cliff, because that funding just falls off, and it falls off in the middle of a fiscal year. So you want to make sure you plan up front on that. So those are things you just have to, so there's no savings actually identified there, but if I scroll down here, you'll kind of see the negative here for FY21, we actually had negative savings of almost $11 million. That's because of the $16 million of that one-time construction cost along with the architectural fees hit. We're looking at FY22, we're looking at about $6.5 million. FY23, about $2.8 million. So don't worry about this grand total here. We're going to get to something a little bit better over here on the summary. Any questions so far on that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding this right, and I'm going to ask to make sure that I'm understanding it. You had one slide that showed that at our current enrollment, it looked like we'd have to reduce our budget by like $4 to $5 million per year ongoing. Is that correct?
Well, we had a reduction of $4.7 million in state foundation funding. In that same year, we're going to gain about $3.5 million of local tax revenue. So it's not quite as bad, but on that first year, you're going to actually gain about 2.8, a decline in enrollment from the state. So that first year is basically a reduction of 1.9 million. It's a soft landing. But from that point forward, you're going to have $4.7 million less if you don't gain students back.
Right. So then we had a whole bunch of proposals to reduce costs and reduce the budget. I know, looking at those are a lot of things that, don't necessarily seem like things that I would necessarily want to do. The alternative there, what I'm trying to get at is increasing enrollment is what would potentially alleviate the need to
Yeah.
do some of those things, it's basically one or the other. We increase the enrollment to increase the funding, or we then have to make
That's
those
right.
cuts,
And I got a
correct?
slide to kind of address some of that as
Okay.
well later, too. Go ahead. I thought you had a question.
No, I was
Okay.
just
But you're right. So right now, this reduction of 50 positions, we've already identified that through secondary and elementary, so that's taking place right now. So really, the other reduction is just right sizing, which is in fiscal year '23. We hadn't got into fiscal year '22 yet, so July 1st starts '22. So you have a whole fiscal year to start talking about that right sizing, and we have a year to see whether the COVID kind of lifts on us and students come back to the district. So we have some planning time. We have enough time not to take an action. We can actually take, a scalpel. But the summary here pretty much shows here, if we're looking at just this fiscal year, this fiscal year is a dead year. It's over. We have, what's the day? The 24th, 6 more days in this fiscal year, so it's pretty much over. But just looking at the revenue increases versus expenditure savings and this negative, it's not too bad. We're down, just 400,000 right now. So we may actually, have some, I know we got some other savings coming in with fuel costs and some transportation costs out there, so we may actually do a little bit better than that. But I kept this focus kind of narrow. But for FY '22, if we look at the revenue increases along with the expenditure savings, it gives us available funds of $18.5 million. So each one of these years, we have, upwards of $18, $19, $20 million that's going to be available based on if we kept our expenditures at the same level. And we did the moderate savings. And these are all moderate saving pieces here along with moderate revenue increases. So I wouldn't see us being denied on July 8th based on budgetary factors. I don't see the rationale. It's going to be hard for anybody to convince me that we have issues when we made this much progress. So, and hopefully that's what they'll see as well. Questions? Now, this is basically a summary just showing you that this revenue is available. So if we decide to do something else, these are all projections, so things can change. So the pandemic is still here. It may get worse, hopefully not. So we'll just kind of have to play that. But we do have, I think, enough room here that these projections are realistic. So, question?
I do have a question related to enrollment. I know that the ADM was deeply impacted by, COVID-19 and a significant number of elementary students staying home or going elsewhere, whatever, not coming to the LRSD as was expected. Do we have any projections for those students returning in the first grade? And not even, I don't want to just focus in on next year's first grade class compared to the hit we took in kindergarten, but overall, do we see the COVID loss of enrollment? Do we see that coming back?
Mr. Bailey, you want to start on that? I'm trying to, in my head, think through the numbers. I know that I'll start at pre-K. I'm going to try to work my way up, and Mr. Bailey may correct me, but I believe that at the pre-K level, the last I heard, we were around 900 students that were enrolled.
So.
We also found out a significant thing that we are going to be funded fully for our pre-K programming, just on the belief that, we're going to end up getting some of those kids back. So that's kind of a relief that we're going to get funded at that number that's around 1,200 and, 30,
Yeah, somewhere around
35 kids or something like that. At the K through 5 group level, we ended up reducing, at one time, I think it was 11, and then we've actually seen some increases in enrollment. I think we're down to only decreasing 8 staff out of that area. Part of that is because we did make some reductions during the year, but if I remember right, where we're at on the elementary numbers now is that we're about, again, correct me if I'm wrong, about 200, 250 less students.
I think so. Last numbers I saw were around that amount.
Okay.
Might have been 188 or something like that.
Middle school, at the start of May, we were up by 10 or 20. Now we're down maybe 10 or 20. And high school, we're up over 200 students.
Okay.
So when you add all that up, it kind of ends up being, a flat enrollment. I hope I'm right in saying this, Kelsey, a flat enrollment compared to where we were at our October number. That still goes back to Ms. Nolan's point, though, that and your point, we lost a lot of students going into this October year.
Yep.
So we're holding even from this year's school number, more or less, right now.
And these numbers don't take in consideration we getting any of those students back or we losing any more. I mean, that's where we have some flexibility on here. If we lose another 100 students, we have enough flexibility. If we gain some students, it's always going to be better for these numbers. But as far as projections, I just kept it because I wasn't trying to project, where student enrollment is going to be in the next 3 years, so.
It's still possible, though, that enrollment can increase, up to October, correct? I mean, but maybe more substantially up to the first day of school as some families may still be waiting to see what the COVID environment is before they elect to come back to public school?
Yeah, there's the factor of just where students got lost in some way during the course of this year, not only in our district, but others. The second thing is that we have growth in our community with industry. There are several, large companies, organizations that are opening up, and that's bringing people in to our community, and that also is an opportunity for us to gain students.
Okay.
October 1st is not as critical date as it used to be. That's the official cycle 2 reporting date, but as far as funding, having them on there for 3 quarters is actually what determines our funding. With the exception if you were doing free and reduced applications, October 1st would determine, that percentage, which we're doing provisions to, so it's already set, so. We want to get them back in as soon as possible, so.
Just a general comment to me, the big picture is that my understanding, several years ago, we peaked around 26,000 students, and now we're
a long time ago.
Yes, but over time, up and down, but the trend has gone down to now around 20, right? And
It's 20. It's around 20.
Yeah. So what we wanted, and so it goes to the presentation we just had to me with Ms. Smith, and we at least want to hold our own and stop that. And of course, optimistically and better, we want to be able to start turning the curve in a different direction, because historically it's gone up and down, but after we peaked, the slope has gone down.
And that's what we're talking about, right size. And so depending on, looking at those trends and that data, we have the right size based on what we have right now. Now you can plan on future, but you got to really look at what you actually have to educate right now, so. Questions before I get out of this one? I only have one more slide.
I do have a question.
Okay.
I'm hoping so that negative 400,000 number, does that mean that we are ending the year dipping into our fund balance? Is that?
No, we're
Okay.
we're going to dip in our fund balance because there's no way for us to dig out of, what was it? Go back to my other presentation. So we went into, I'm going to use round numbers now. We went into a budget deficit of $6 million. It was $5.8 million. We actually had another $16 million in capital improvements, unfunded capital improvements. So we're looking at close to $21, $22 million of dipping in fund balance. Right now, based on this, we may still dip in the fund balance, the $5.7 million that we actually had budgeted, but we're not going to dip any further than that. I think it's going to probably be around $4.5 million maybe at that. So we'll just see. We're going to have some additional savings with, like I said, overtime, transportation, and fuel costs for this year. But based on just the savings along with the revenue increases that we identified, this is the dip we have here.
Thank you.
Why y'all didn't tell me I spelled expenditure wrong here?
Mr. Bailey, and this is a really quick question. Given the fact that our enrollment is down, looking at our service contracts, like how does that affect it? Like, are we able, is it time to go back to the table and start negotiating those contracts, or even start putting out other bids to make sure that we are being fiscal responsible by right-sizing our budget? And then, of course, our robust recruitment campaign to increase enrollment will help. But until then, what other ways are we able to look at contracts particularly to make that right for our budget and then our student population?
So our largest contract is with First Student, our transportation contract. We've cut a lot of routes on that. We've had a lot of meetings with them this past year because as we cut routes, we had a limit. I mean, they're staff up and they have, employees and they have equipment that's ready to serve, just say 22,000 students, but we only have 20,000 now. So we just had to have a lot of conversation with them and cutting back routes on that. So we have a point where if we weren't in school, we had to pay 56% of whatever the daily rate was because they have those fixed costs and that's part of the contract. So those are some of the actually transportation savings we had when we were virtual and they ran less routes. We at least didn't have to pay 100% of the route. We paid 56% of it. But we look at those contracts all the time. So maintenance is one of my departments that we've cut upwards of 60 position out of maintenance. And we've gone to more of an outsourcing for like some of our plumbing, electrical, and HVAC stuff. So we just didn't have just honestly, when we started cutting, we cut away from the schools. So we cut a lot of support areas. So that was one of the areas we saw we could actually probably reduce and just utilize contract services when we need it. So we don't always need a plumber all the time. We do have some on staff, but if we need have like the major leaks out there, we would outsource that anyway. So things like that, we're always looking at contracts. So if you're talking about educational contracts, I don't have to defer that to somebody else, but on the support service contracts, that's what we do.
Okay, and transportation is support?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then the maintenance, those are the pay-as-you-go when you said we pay, we contract when we
Yeah,
need them?
yeah.
And when is not first security, that's a good thing.
First student, I
but-
think we have 2 more years on that contract. It's a 5-year contract.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And so next year, that is when we'll
Either
start
next year or
looking
year
at
after
it?
next year, we have to start addressing that, so.
Good
And
deal.
that's gonna be a big one because they really need to know, what projections are looking like for Little Rock and what transportation needs are gonna be.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the turnaround, look at the buses? Are our buses in good shape?
Our bus is in good shape. We just actually had an audit. I don't know if you did that in the celebrations or not. Did you miss my?
To the board report.
Okay, on the board. So we just had an audit with transportation. I mean, everything checked out as far as all the equipment and everything. We typically hardly ever have any issues on transportation. Now, it is time for us to, Ms. Kirkland and I had a conversation during our directors meeting this past week, time for us to actually buy some more buses. We've held off. We usually buy about 8 buses, special need buses every year. We hadn't bought any in 3 years now, so we have some excess buses being used, so it's time for us to actually start reinvesting back in our bus fleet.
But that's the question I was asking.
Yeah, so.
Okay, you have one more slide? Oh,
I have one other question. So we spent a lot of time at our retreat talking about increasing salaries.
I heard that. I was
Yeah,
watching.
I bet that caused your interest, Mr. Bailey. So is that available funds column, is that why we can talk about that?
Yeah, you can talk about it, definitely. Depending on how much you want to talk about it. So it depends on, resource allocation, what else you have in mind as a board. But yeah, this is where your actual, those funds will come from. Now, these funds can be increased, depending on how you move around resources. And remember, I said resources include, I'm gonna use personnel this time. It's not the human capital. Personnel, it can be facilities, it could be utilities, it could be benefits, it can be a whole lot, so.
Thank you.
You ready for me to share my last slide? I
Yeah.
think the
oh, it's
last,
Pam, yay!
so I'm pretty much finished with my financial report. I know the next topic, and I'm gonna go into this, is something, let's see here, if I can get to it. Yeah, one more. So this is something I just want to talk about, exist versus thrive. And many times you'll hear people say Little Rock has a lot of money, and that's true. We have a lot of money. We have $300 million. Y'all talked about this at the retreat. You talked about the flexibility. That $300 million, once you take that, and he was right on point with usually 80 to 85% of your costs is in personnel costs. You take that out. You take out your debt service. You take out your utilities. You take out your transportation costs. You start taking out this, and you only have about this much flexibility typically in the budget. It's not that much, but when we're looking at this, sometimes, people say we have a lot of money, we shouldn't need anymore, but this is basically, they looking at illusion, they really not seeing the whole picture of that. So when you see illusion, you think something is what is not. And I think you mentioned that, was it you at the retreat that mentioned something about the budget too as well, Mr. Wood?
Quite possibly.
Okay.
Go ahead and take that. So much.
This was on Saturday, but the question would be, would we prefer to have, and this is just an analogy, I'm a country boy from Fordyce, so a lot of my analogies may be different stuff to kind of break it down, but if we had an orchard of fruit trees that produce some of the best fruit, the greatest fruit in the world, would we want those trees to merely exist or thrive? And the difference between exist, you can see here, to live at an inferior level or adverse condition, that's basically survival mode. Would you want that just in survival mode, or do you want something to thrive? And thrive, when you're looking at plants, whether it's roses, whether it's fruit trees, you have to go through a pruning process, a pruning for them to flourish. I mean, they produce brighter rose petals and produce more fruit. So that's the part I think we have to decide whether we want to progress toward or realize a goal despite, because of the circumstance. Our circumstance could be a decline in enrollment, older buildings, or whatever it might be. So that's really the decision we have to make. So, and when we're looking at that pruning is cutting away those things that may not be beneficial for the whole district. So, and that's just a part of life. You got to prune away things at times. So that's just my little analogy for y'all. I wrote a whole article when we were going through the DSEG wind down to the state, so it was a part of that. I went back and revisited from 2013. So
Good deal. Good deal.
Let me take it off the screen. I don't want y'all to steal that from me now.
Hey. Okay.
That's it. It is. It's public.
Okay.
And I did write a note to Mr. Bailey and Dr. Owa and Ms. Smith so that all the PowerPoints and those spreadsheets will get to all of you tomorrow, so that you'll have them, and we'll also upload that to the public so that they can see what Mr. Bailey just presented.
Good deal.
So along with that pruning as well, the thriving in years where you have abundance of rain and stuff, you don't have to worry about watering, but when you start thriving and you can put away some things and resources and allocation and stuff on those lean years, you may have to irrigate some different things. I mean, we got to look at getting away from just survival mode to actually growth mode, getting to where we can reallocate resources when y'all want to do some special project that we want to send a team of. I think that's what you were talking about, Mr. Wood, when you talked about you employed Mr. Porter to send a team of
Army of interventionists.
Yeah, Army of interventionists until you found out about the budget. But if we want to send an Army of interventionists so we can, have the resources, or at least try at that point. So whatever it might be. But when we're in survival mode, I mean, we're barely, we're just trying to get by, so. But hard conversations have to come. Hopefully I didn't go over 30 minutes.
You're good.
All right.
You're good.
That's a lot of information.
Next up, thank you so much, Mr. Bailey. You may have to, we'll stand right, I don't know what you're gonna do, but we're getting ready to go into our extension of debt discussion. And two, I do want to just take a point of privilege. Most of you guys, board members, and superintendent, you guys know that I am very reflective and critical of myself. And I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. Trumper. And that was just so I can get I really like to know the details of things in the back office and how things works and the mechanics of things. And then I have that knowledge now of the millage, of the background, and what all goes into it, and how the district play into it, and how there's taxes and all that greatness play into it. But I do want to take a point of privilege and just say thank you to Mr. Bailey, because much of what I heard from Mr. Trumper, I kept hearing you and hearing what Mr. Poore would say. And even though he said pretty much the same thing 3 different ways, to kept drilling it down, it made so much sense. And so I just wanted to say thank you, because he was able to help me connect my puzzle pieces that was left on the table. So
That's great.
thank you for that.
think this is y'all discussion part, but I'm here to answer any question, I guess Mr. Poore as well, so.
So, we will, let me see if I have any notes. I really feel that, I think we're on the same page with the millage. We have our dates that we need to go out to our communities, and I'm just doing a quick recap. And then we're going to have a discussion, I guess, around how we come up with addressing or developing a plan to go forth. But I think we all agree on the movement of it. So Director Adams, I seen your signal.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I agree. I think we've talked about it, and there seems to be a consensus. I think we should take a formal action to approve that we are going to develop a plan, so that we're clear among ourselves and clear to the public that we're going to develop a plan with public input to bring a proposal for a debt extension to the voters. And so I would like to make that motion and move that the board and the district develop, with the opportunity for public input, a plan for debt extension proposal to go to the voters, and that the developed plan would then be brought to the board for final approval.
Is there a second on the floor for Director Adams' motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Director Woods. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready to vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 9-0 vote. And, well, okay, well, we are finished with that item. And we will move forward with our, thank you, Mr. Bailey. We totally
He didn't
appreciate
do anything on that. Let's just say something, okay? I don't want him to walk away with a big head and I'll have to
Can
do
I
it.
make a comment, though?
Yes.
As well, so if the voters do approve it, we have 3 years pretty much to spend the money. So like I told Ms. Nolan, I think last board meeting, maybe meeting before, y'all have the ability to set policy if y'all have any standards y'all want to see to come before you before a project is actually approved or, awarded. You all have the ability, so that's policy. So put the policy out there if you want to see anything, or if it's just special reporting you want. So, I mean, we have a lot of needs out there. Hopefully, expenses will go down. Everything is pretty much about a third higher right now, at least on construction. So we're looking for those costs to go down. So the money may not go quite as far as it used to go, but hopefully over the next year, those expenses will go down and we can get back to the same playing field we were at last year. So.
Thank you. While we're on this topic,
Yeah.
I just want to formally request that the plan to develop a proposal for what we want to spend the money on, I would like that to include specific input from teachers, staff, employees, because I just want, they have so much knowledge about what is needed and what we should be investing in. So I just want to make sure that we include that intentionally and specifically, and get that feedback from them.
And students.
And students, that's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, board. Next on the agenda, we're getting into our policies. Attorney Eric Walker? Yes, student services is the second reading of the handbook. This is an action.
Yeah, we do have Dr. Fields with us tonight, too. And then also Mr. Walker here we've actually on our second reading on this, and I appreciate Mr. Walker and Dr. Fields for working on this. We do feel like we're up to date with what we think is the state has taken action on. So we're in a good place there. We also have got feedback. Mr. Adams provided that. We did make that modification, and you'll see his comments, and we thought those were good ones. And so I think we're probably ready just to answer any questions that you all might have.
Okay. We have all read those, and it appears we don't have any questions. So are we ready to entertain a motion on it if there's no questions?
I'll make a motion. I move that the Little Rock School Board approve the student handbook as amended for the 2021 to 2022 school year.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Ready to vote? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes. The student handbook passes.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Hutchinson, that'd be an 8-0 vote because Mr. Wood did step out, so he did not participate.
Good catch. Okay. Next on our policies, this is the policy 1.6, and this deals with attending board meetings remotely. This is a policy that Director Nolan is bringing forth, and we've heard the first read of it. You could read it. Oh, maybe
So
I read it.
this is the first read, but I'm actually going to make a motion. I move that we suspend the rules so that we may vote on this tonight without the necessity of a second read, since it is a very simple and straightforward logistical matter. And also because I believe, it is my understanding that we may need this for all of the things coming in July, so that every board member can participate in all of those discussions. So I move that we suspend the rules to allow us to vote on this policy tonight without the necessity of a second reading.
Okay, we have a motion. Okay. Any discussion?
Okay. Can you just give me some more details of what you're asking?
So the motion I'm making right now is simply to allow us to vote on approving or not approving this policy that's being presented that, I am in favor of, that would allow board members to participate in a meeting remotely if they cannot be here physically in person. Normally, we would need 2 readings of any policy, but you can, and it has been done in the past, to suspend the rules so that we can go ahead and adopt it on the first reading if we think that 2 readings are unnecessary and there's a reason to go ahead and adopt it.
So what are we asking? Can that board member vote? Can they do an executive session if they're remote?
So what I would suggest is that we go ahead and vote on or decide.
Policy and email.
Right.
I was just curious.
Right. And then we could get into discussion of the actual policy itself. So the motion on the floor is whether or not to suspend the rules so that we could potentially vote on this tonight. Once we address that, then we can get into discussions about the merits of that policy.
Okay. Alrighty, so now ready to vote. If there's no further discussion on the suspension of the rules of the second read. So, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so it's a 9-0 vote. Okay, so Mr. Walker, just for the, can you please go ahead and read that policy?
Sure. This policy is dealing with the possibility of board members attending remotely. The policy, by statute, Arkansas Code annotated 613, 619, states that board members can attend board meetings remotely if there is a policy. Hence the need for the policy. And the same statute also just notes that someone who's attending remotely cannot attend executive session. They cannot vote on matters that occur in executive session. They cannot participate in personnel hearings where it is closed. But otherwise, it's available. And ultimately, this is an ASBA model policy. So if you've seen this policy in other school districts, that's another school district that adopted the model policies. There are some nuances in ours. For example, we're asking for if somebody's on a Zoom and they're attending remotely, we ask that their cameras stay on so that they're engaged. So they give the perception to the public that they're actually engaged in the meeting, just like you all are. So the public can see you all right now. They should be able to see the person who's attending remotely as well, if they're on Zoom or Meets or Teams or something like that. But ultimately, the individual who's attending remotely just has to make their presence known, and that has to be acknowledged by the board. Also, the policy notes that 3 times per year, the entire board can count a person who's attending remotely as part of the quorum, but only 3 times board-wide. That's not an individual board member missing, being counted as part of the quorum 3 different times. It is 3 times for the entire board. If there are any additional questions, I can answer. I think I tried to address Ms. Johnson's question from earlier. If there are any additional questions, I can address those as well.
Ms. Walker, you said when,
Mason?
oh, yeah. Excuse me. Thank you,
go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. So you said the camera is on. When you mean the camera is on, that, like Pam's picture is up, so the picture is meaning the camera is on? Or the individual in the?
You'd have to show the individual. Like, for example, we don't see Ms. Smith in real time. If she turned her camera off, she would appear. So we're talking about the person actually appearing on the screen.
I know the answer to this, but for clarification, because I've gotten questions, this is not about the entire board meeting virtually. It is about an individual board member needing to meet virtually for a particular meeting, right?
That's correct. Yes, I meant to say that earlier, but you're correct.
Well, if I'm understanding, I don't think we're even allowed for the whole board to meet virtually right now,
That's
right?
correct,
Okay,
yes.
so, but this policy, it is in keeping with the law,
It
right?
is in
Okay.
keeping with the law. It is. 613, 619, correct.
I have a question. How does virtual attendance count towards attendance for the individual with regard to the 3 regular meetings that a board member can miss before, I suppose, before losing their seat?
Yeah.
Well, it still is.
If you're attending
Attendance.
remotely, you still are considered present for the meeting.
And since I'm the one who said that 3 misses during our training, I brought that up. I looked it up. It is 3 consecutive misses, 6 total misses.
Yeah,
So it's not quite as strict as we talked about during the training. But I would think if we're voting, if you are attending present virtually and you're voting, then that's a meeting that you're attending.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Are we ready to entertain a motion?
We've got the motion.
Oh, we do have the motion? Okay. I got lost in the
I made a
discussion.
motion. Mr. Wood.
Well, that was just to suspend.
To
okay.
suspend it, okay.
Oh.
No,
No, you were correct. We do need a motion.
no, that's fine. I got lost.
I move that we adopt the remote attendance policy for board members as presented in our board packet.
Okay, we have a motion.
I second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Okay. That's a 9-0. Did everybody vote? Yeah? Okay, 9-0. That's how I saw it. All right, so next up, we're still on policies and their action items. And Attorney Walker, you still have it?
Okay, I was going to talk about sections 3 and 8 together. Most of the changes are identical on both. And as Mr. Poore noted earlier, it was presented to you in May and to the PPC in May. To date, I have not heard any objection to any parts of Section 3 and Section 8. The only times I've heard something, it was about the, last month's meeting, Ms. Austin talked about the social media policy. I think that I addressed the concern in the meeting, and Ms. Easton also called me since the first reading with the same question, and I pointed out the policy in those policies where it was addressed, the social media activity. I have not heard any other additional feedback in regard to Section 3 and Section 8, but I do want to point out, just for the board's knowledge, that the COVID leave policies are updated in each of Section 3 and Section 8. What I wanted to kind of note is, the governor's emergency declaration ended on May 30th. The revision here noted before you would mean that the policy would end on June 30th, which is just next week. And I just wanted you all to be aware of that. The COVID leave resolution that was adopted by the board in January expires on June 30th, but the mask mandate, as I understand it, that you adopted is July 30th. So I just want you to be aware of that as you're considering the policy. But unless there are additional questions, I do not have, yes, ma'am.
So with our policy ending at the end of July and the governor mandate ends this week on the 26th?
No, the governor's mandate, the emergency declaration, because I think that was the basis of the original COVID leave policy, ended on May 30th.
May 30th?
Correct.
Okay. And so like we are fine, even though I just want to make sure that like we're not getting into crosshairs. So we're okay with still mandating masks through July 31st? I mean, July 30th?
Yes, to the end of July, yes.
Okay, and so will we get, and I'm just thinking, free thought. So will we get into any feedback from not requiring it right when school starts? I mean, because we can't require masks, but then for summer school, we have them.
As a board in July, you will get an update from the Ready for Learn team, which will now be led by Dr. McGee, to share what our stance would be. More than likely, what we're going to say is something along that strongly urge people to wear masks, but we're not going to be able to mandate it. And there's even legislation that was passed that would prevent us from having a mandate.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right.
I have a question on, are we on the personnel procedure manual? Is that the item? Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, so we are on the section 3, correct? Okay, so it's ready for a motion? Go ahead, Leanne, make the motion.
I move that the Little Rock School Board approve the revisions to Section 3 of the licensed personnel.
A second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 9-0. Next.
I've discussed Section 8, and so I think that's ready for action as well.
Okay. And Director Nolan, did you have something on that?
Not on Section 8. I was down on here in personnel procedure manual.
Got you.
Not on this one.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor for Section 8, classified personnel?
I move that the Little Rock School Board approve the revisions to Section 8 of the classified personnel.
Here we have a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 9-0.
Okay, so we are before us the manual. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about the name, and the personnel procedure manual name has been noted, and it was what was documented, and there was discussion about the name as well. We've talked to Mr. Poore, and there's no objection from the administration's perspective on the name being Personnel Policy Manual, if that is ultimately what the board desires. Yes, ma'am.
That was my question, but I don't know, and maybe you can provide guidance. Since we only have sections 4 and 5 before us now, even if we modified it, if we voted to change the name when we took this vote today, we would really be only voting on sections 4 and 5. So would you advise that we do that tonight or take a vote at some point for the entire manual? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we don't have the entire manual before us as an action item tonight. So even if I modified the name in the motion tonight, it wouldn't accomplish the goal of changing it for the entire manual.
I understand what you're saying. I believe that, because it was written as the Personnel Procedure Manual for sections 1 through 3, I believe that it was, it would require a motion for that as well. So I believe there need to be a separate motion for that. And then if there's a modification in what you want to call it for the sections 4 and 5, you can make that motion as well. So I believe 2 motions would cover it, if that's the board's desire on this matter. In regard to the actual policy language, I've not heard any objections or feedback or anything like that in regard to the actual policy language, and I did want to note that. And the administration does support the language.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So we will make a motion if we decide to change it to the personnel policy manual. And then, did I hear you when you said we'll have to come back again with 4 and 5 and do it, or is it one sweep?
Well, I think there needs to be a motion to deal with what has happened already for sections 1 through 3, and then a second motion. I think all of that can happen right now.
Got it.
In regard to 4 and 5.
I'll make the motions, so first, before I make the motion, I'm going to ask you, what I would like to do is go ahead and approve it as it's written, and then make a motion to change the name of the entire document, including sections, all sections.
All the sections, sections 1 through 5.
Is that, so 2 motions, first just go ahead and approve it as written, and then a second one regarding changing the name?
I think that works,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so I move that we adopt or approve, oh, I'm so sorry. Was there a comment or a question? Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Okay, are you saying that we're just going to adopt the entire package right now, or just the ones that were presented tonight?
So the motion I am about to make is just regarding the sections that were presented tonight. Then I plan on making a second motion, simply changing the name from procedure to policy, because it has been requested multiple times by the PPC, and I think that we should honor that. So the first motion is just going to be approving the particular parts that were presented to us tonight, and then a second one about changing the name. But if
Yeah,
that
makes
agrees
sense.
with everybody.
Yeah, it makes sense and it's clear.
Okay, so I move that we approve sections 4 and 5 of the Personnel Procedure Manual certified as presented in our board packet.
I second that motion.
Do we have do we have a second? And we have a motion, a second. Do we have any discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Okay, 9-0. And we have?
Okay, and I move that we change the name of the Personnel Procedure Manual certified to Personnel Policy Manual certified, and it would be applicable to all sections.
I also second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and any discussion?
I do have something to say.
Yes.
Would it not be in the best interest of consistency to also have the same name for the classified?
I welcome that motion.
Well, we just to the point of that, it's still to come.
Yeah, we have.
We have not received the classified yet.
Any portions of it? Okay, well then, maybe that could just be a warning shot that please, whenever it comes, it could be named.
All right. Okay, any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walker. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, you all, it brings it to board comments. Do anybody have anything for the good of the board? Director Callaway.
I have been questioned and requested by several people who are employed by this district for us to take a second look at policy 1.14 and possibly looking at that for revision. That's a comment.
Okay, we have that noted.
Could you just repeat that again? 1 point what?
1.14.
1.14.
And for clarity's sake, Ms. Callaway, is that the policy with regard to how we set an agenda?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It came up at the board retreat last weekend, the possibility of a committee meeting a time or two to discuss outlining a specific policy for for how we set the agenda. Is that something that the board would be interested in? Just a small whatever subcommittee of like 3 of us, not including me, to,
Not including you.
I did not intend to use the word us.
Oh, my
It was the
gosh.
royal us.
Yeah, I mean,
Y'all.
yes, that was brought up to add meat because it's vague. So I think we could facilitate that through our superintendent. And then also there's, so yes, to the question. And then the other thing is we have 2 community board seats that is for Bright Futures and I can't remember the other one. Goodwill? No?
No, Bright Futures tied to Goodwill.
VIPS, is it?
No, not VIPS.
I'll give it some thought, and then what I'm hearing you say, Ms. Hatter, is just to package that all out to the board to say, here are these things, and then see who can participate.
Yeah, who wants it? Mhm.
As a follow-up to what I had just mentioned about the committee, I'm not sure what our policy is on how we form a committee.
Our policy says the board may appoint, and whether you think that means we can create or we can only choose the people who are on it is a matter of like hashing the word appoint. And so it really depends on on how you read that word. But it says, I believe the board may appoint a committee or committees.
Is it possible to turn something in writing, in that I've gotten quite a bit of questions from the general public? I had the question myself, but is it possible, can we turn the written questions in?
Yeah, most
And
definitely.
then, like, if I wrote something and maybe someone else that's not on the board wrote something, and then we sit down and look at it?
Yes, most definitely. That can definitely be considered and turned in.
That's a consideration I would like.
Got it.
Would you guys like me to read this small paragraph that may answer that question?
What's that?
1.14, the very first paragraph kind of sums up probably basically what you're asking.
Well, we're on the committee forming it to put out, like to make it more meat, to have more substance within the policy, because the policy is vague and we all agree that is vague in that, but definitely go ahead and read it for the good of the.
I think it's vague, but go ahead.
Okay, well, it says the agenda guides the proceedings of the board meeting. The superintendent shall prepare the agenda for consultation from the board president. Other members of the board who desire to have an item placed on the monthly agenda may do so by contacting the superintendent or in writing the board president by the date established in this policy, and the item will be duly considered for inclusion.
So what's the date established in that policy?
What does duly considered mean?
2017.
Right.
2017.
So it's vague.
It's vague.
And duly
It is
considered.
vague. And in the handbook that we had, big one, the meeting that I attended virtually, they said it was up to the board to decide if we were going to use the president and the superintendent format or have a group discussion on the agenda. Now, that's the question. What she quoted was what was written in 2017. What I'm asking and what several other people are asking is simply, can we go back and revisit that?
Right, and that's what Director Woods just said. We're going, the committee and what we talked about Saturday. So the resolve, the immediate resolve is that we'll work through the superintendent, and he'll push those out to see which 3 want to be on that committee to form that. And then, of course, submit your questions for consideration so we can form it. Is there anything else good for the board?
Well, just for good practice, I would like to make a motion that the board appoint a committee to establish specific agenda-setting procedures to a three-member committee to establish specific agenda-setting procedures, and the membership of which would be appointed by the chair.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay,
Can I? Wait, we have a motion on the floor, though.
I'm sorry.
1 second.
I
Do we
said
have a
sorry.
second on Director Wood's motion?
I have a question.
I probably second it, but I just want to clarify.
Sure.
Would that committee create a proposal to present to the entire board?
Yes.
Okay,
Was that a second, Director?
that is a second.
Okay, we have a second call for question.
So this
I
is
mean-
a question that I have, as far as just a parliamentary question, is, I'm in favor of the spirit of that, but I wonder about being able to make a motion or take action on something that was not listed on the agenda at all. Because then that opens it up, at this point, then any of us could make a motion on anything that we brought up, and that would not give anybody notice about that. And so I'm in favor of that in spirit, but I'm not sure it's a wise thing for us to do, to make a motion on something that was not listed as an item to even discuss on the agenda.
I seconded it, but I agree. So I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I didn't realize.
Do you, okay, can we pause for a second? Because that does make perfect sense in hindsight. So what's next?
So, Director Callaway, go ahead.
That's not what I was saying. Not a committee or whatever, but this be able to add things to the agenda before the meeting or the agenda meeting. Everybody have the same ability to add things to the agenda. Okay. I get a lot of email, and a lot of it's confusing, but a lot of it does make sense. And there are particular things that they would like to see on the agenda that never get there. You see what I mean?
Yes, and Ms. Callaway, I agree with you. I agree that we need to look at it, and I agree that we need to revise our policy. I have concerns about us taking official action on something that was not listed on our agenda. And so
No, we're not talking about action.
Well, but if we voted on something, we'd be taking action. So I would be certainly supportive about putting that on the agenda for next month, just have the suggestion to put it on.
Well, I would go with the policy that says, I could agree that the president appoints the committee members.
Well, and you're absolutely let me do something real quick, because we do have a motion on the table that was seconded. That was second.
That was quick.
Do you, Director Woods, would you like to withdraw your motion, or, we're still having the discussion, but we need to make a.
I want to first say I completely agree with what Director Adams said. For the most part, it's certainly the spirit of we're agreeing with each other's spirits here. I do think that this is a matter of just internal board governance, and so it doesn't seem to rise to the level of needing the notice of anything that would affect outside of our meetings. This is how are we going to conduct meetings, and it's a proposal to consider something at a future date. It's the establishment of a committee to study an issue we constantly have. I don't really want to wait a month to make a motion to form a committee that we could then consider in August. I guess I have an urgency to get this sticky little policy figured out so that we can operate, pretty efficiently more quickly. So that's why I would maintain the motion and vote for it to get the committee going, but fully respecting what you had to say.
I'm going to very respectfully withdraw my second. I tend to agree with Director Adams, just in terms of transparency and putting it out there so people can know. I know that there has been a lot of interest in this topic on how we set our agenda, so that's part of why I think that would be a better route to go.
I have a question. Is it possible that a resolution could be created and then brought back and proposed?
And that's what the committee would do, but well,
I'm saying without having to create a committee, could she talk to the superintendent and Eric?
We could
to create something, the resolution to bring back and we talk about?
We could, and what we'll do for the sake of time, because it is an internal governance issue, and I will get with the superintendent, and then we will bring something back right to the board, whether it is an appointment of us coming together or else having a resolution drawn up. So it will be resolved before our next meeting. Okay. We'll have some type of resolution out of it.
I'd like to say go back and look at the old policy before it was rewritten in 2014. It was written before 14 actually.
It was revised in 14.
Then that was the policy that was in effect in 14. Now that seems to me as if we're going to drag this out. And the other amendments or whatever, that it just seems like it didn't take all that. And what we're doing now sounds like an awful lot of like we're kind of, snowballing it. So from what I get, I don't know if is that what I'm hearing?
But certainly not the purpose. The purpose is to get this done. I feel like there's been a lot of ideas talked about, and I think it would be very efficient for just a few members of the board to get together and collect the ideas that have been shared and try to memorialize something and then bring it back to the entire board, at the first available opportunity so that we can move forward on it.
Whoever's on the board share their ideas with each other.
Well, we can only do it at a meeting.
Oh, that's right, because
send them to the administration.
Justin got that rule on.
So we'll filter it through our superintendent, Mike Poor, and then we will address it and bring it back to the board. July is going to be a heavy month anyway, so we're going to do a lot of talking with each other anyway. And and so that will be the resolve for this conversation right now. And is there anything else for the...
One thing. So I missed the training this last weekend, but I watched the first day, and I cannot say how much I enjoyed watching it. And I spoke out loud to the computer to it, and I felt like I learned a lot, even though I wasn't there, and I very much enjoyed. I feel like I know a little bit more about you, and I can't wait to watch the next day's training. Thank you.
I have a very
Thank you for bringing
sticky technical point, but Jeff still has a motion sitting out on the table. I withdrew my second, but we haven't called to see if there is another second. So either he needs to withdraw it or we need to. Yeah. Well, did we call for a second? I withdrew my second. Somebody else might choose to.
Yeah, I did call for a second.
Okay.
I said, is there anyone else for a second?
Okay.
Or anyone else is what I said. Okay, so it died. I'm sorry. Okay, but it's being addressed. It's being addressed. Okay, so
And
yes.
Then I have my last thing. I think this is the perfect time to request that the superintendent, of course with board council, bring us a resolution to observe Juneteenth as our holiday.
So is that a motion? Oh, wait, we can't.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
That was a
Don't make
suggestion.
emotions.
No, that was just a comment.
Just a suggestion.
Comment.
It was a comment.
No, it's a comment. Just like mine was a comment. Because
She requested a resolution.
You know, just a comment, Ms. Hatter, I think in general, to take to make a motion at this point on something that's not on the agenda, we would have to do what we did in the very beginning of the meeting, I think, is we would have to suspend the rules and add something formally to the agenda, and again, although I'm glad I want to get this taken care of, I would suggest that we just do that with a lot of hesitancy and make that a rare occasion, because then we're just not being as transparent and accountable, I think, to the public in that regard.
Understood. Thank you very much. Okay, so anything else for the good? We've heard from Director Wilson and about the training. Is there anything else good for the board?
The only thing I would say is that I think that my watch and my clock and my computer have all stopped because it is before 10 o'clock. And we're about to end, and I'm not sure what that's about.
Hey, you know what? We said this is a new board. We said that this past weekend. So we were serious about that. So, is there a motion?
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Good night, Little Rock and beyond. They hurried up and went offline. They were like, go on.
You think about it too, like your 10 o'clock, and then you think about how many celebrations we had, and we had an executive session.